effectively to participate in the proceedings of the Commission. It was only yesterday that for the first time when you showed us the blank or redacted texts that one got a sense that you were suggesting some unfairness. But before that, there was not a hint whatsoever that you were not able meaningfully and effectively to participate in the proceedings. In a wrong sense, Ms. Mafisa?
Chairperson, I will gently remind the chairperson and the commissioners that regarding one of the occasions relates to the video that was played a couple of days ago of the alleged internal meeting of the DPS. I stated, I rather objected that we did not get enough time to actually watch that video and to further consult with the client. And I did state that it unfairly as Mr. General Phenomena and also the legal team because we were unable to watch that evidence and to even put it or rather address it within our statement. And I do think it was unfair. And just regarding some of the documents that we have received, whether it's when we arrive here at the Commission, I definitely do think what Major General Sonona is saying. The document that I personally received, I think it was on Tuesday, with my attorney as well, and I was quite upset by that chairperson because I feel as though as a legal representative, my attorneys as well, we were not given sufficient time to read this document. And I don't think I can say anything better than what Major General Sonona has already said, but for the video also just evidences the inability for us as a legal team to properly prepare and to properly prepare Major General Sonona.
Thank you, Ms. Mafisa. The General is quite correct in saying that I have emphasized that this Commission wants to treat everybody here fairly. It's not its intention to prejudice anybody. I think actually use that word. And this is something I've expressed more than once previously. And I have expressed more than or this broadly and generally. I continue to say that. Now, regarding the video which you give as an example in responding to my question whether there have been any hints of prejudice, I will agree that it was indeed and would have been prejudicial to General Sonona to be questioned in connection with that video without him having had sufficient time to consider it, and indeed without his legal representatives having considered it and consulted with him about it. But in that regard, the reality is that that video was given to the General and to the General's legal representatives overnight, for them to consider it overnight. And the following morning, I did not, and overnight, I did not get to hear that there were still complaints of prejudice in that regard. Yes, you do indicate your annoyance at getting other documents. I think you mentioned even the 26th. But that takes us back to the point I made earlier, which is, was the Commission advised that there would be prejudice in respect of those? I'm not saying it was not, but I do not recall that it was. If it was, the probability is that the Commission would have reacted in a similar manner as it did with the video, which is in respect of whatever documents you felt the general would be prejudiced. It being the commission, it would probably have reacted in a similar manner. But as I say, I emphasize that I may well be making a mistake in saying that you or the general did not alert us to prejudice, potential or possible prejudice with regard to other material other than the video. I perhaps before you respond, because I saw your instructing attorney whispering, and you may want to respond. Perhaps before you do that, let me just invite comment from Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. There's quite a lot that's been said. And, you know, the objection was raised yesterday about documents that were apparently not provided, like the annexures, which is just incorrect. All of those documents had been provided by 26 November at the request of the witness's legal representatives. What the witness and his legal representatives failed to tell the Commission is how delayed they were in providing the Commission with their statement to enable us to finalize our preparation for the hearing. And they received numerous instances of correspondence from us. At one point, in fact, having to warn them that they were at risk at committing an offense under the Commissions Act for failing to comply with the deadline. So it's true that there were certain documents that only arrived, that we were only able to provide to them over the weekend before coming here and early this week. But no objection was raised in respect of those documents. And those documents are documents that are actually within the witness's possession. It's not documents he's never seen before. So it's not a surprise document that, when I say in his possession, I mean documents that are his documents in another context, which we will obviously get to when we go through evidence here. So, but the problem was never raised. For the first time yesterday, this complaint was raised. And I think it's raised belatedly. I think it is derailing us. We have limited time, and unless there's an issue that needs to be resolved, which I don't understand there to be, I would suggest that we move forward. All of the documentation that the witness needs, he has. Sorry, the last thing is receiving the statement late really did prejudice this team. There's a lot of information to gather in order to present and coordinate and collate evidence to present before the Commission in these hearings.
So are you saying that the lateness of providing the general with the documents was as a result of the lateness of his statement?
We certainly needed to see the statement in order to know where we were going to go ultimately in our questioning. We couldn't know that until we saw the statement. So absolutely, yes, it did.
You just make me understand this. If you have the documents and you know or possibly know that you are going to be using them, is there anything that stops the evidence leaders from furnishing the other side with the documents?
No, Chair. We couldn't know what avenues we needed to investigate further until we received the statement. So documents, I received possession of documents through my own inquiries late, and only after the statement had been provided.
Any further submissions, Ms. Hassan?
No further submissions.
Thank you. Ms. Mafisa?
Thank you, Chairperson. I must first start with our second appearance on the 26th of January. I'm a little bit tired, Chairperson. But on the 27th of January, we did communicate to the evidence leader. I specifically communicated to the evidence leader in person that the documents that we received on that particular day it was perhaps maybe unfair to give the legal team those documents that belatedly on Tuesday. I did not have enough time to read through the documents. My attorney did not have time to read through those documents, and Major General Sonona. So I would like to make it quite clear that this was communicated in person to the evidence leader when we received those documents. Then regarding my learned senior's argument that all of the documents had been received by the 26th of November, 2025, I dispute that.
I'm not sure that Ms. Hassim said that.
Perhaps, okay, if Ms. Hassim
I think what has been said, even including late last year, is that at some point the general, obviously through his legal representatives, communicated to the commission that he had now received everything he wanted. That is what I remember. Not that all the documents, including those that were received only on the 26th, had been given to the general last year already. I did not understand Ms. Hassim to say so.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will also address that particular issue. So I do think that I must make it quite clear all of the documentation that we actually received from the 26th of November, and then I will go after the 26th of November. I don't think it's necessary for us to do any of the documents predating that. But on the 26th of November, the only documents that we still required, Commissioners, is SCN 1 to SCN 7. So we duly received those. We were given a memory stick, and my attorney was able to send the rest of the legal team as well, SCN 1 to SCN 7. So there's no issue regarding that. However, yesterday evidence was led on the WhatsApp chats, unredacted WhatsApp chats. As of yesterday, we had not received the unredacted WhatsApp chats. We confirmed that we received SCN 1 to SCN 7, but the unredacted WhatsApp chats attached to some of those annexures, we did not actually receive them. And I think that's what Major General Sonona was trying to communicate yesterday when he himself raised that particular objection.
When did you receive those for the first time? Because as the testimony was being given and as questions were being asked around those texts, I did not get an impression that you did not have those texts in front of you. So at some point you received them. When did you receive them?
Thank you, Chairperson. May I quickly just have a chat?
I'm asking this apropos your point that you did not have them in an unredacted form. Yes. Sort of giving the impression that up to this point you still do not have them. No, so that's why I want to know what exactly you mean and at what point did you receive them?
Yes, no, my apologies if it actually came across as that. No, Chairperson. Perhaps maybe let me rephrase myself or just properly describe to the Chairperson the true facts. So we only received the unredacted WhatsApp chats. I think, please, I must be, perhaps maybe I should be open to correction here, but it was on Sunday in the evening. So we were in possession by the time that we came to the Commission, but this is the issue. Yesterday, I think a question was asked, and again, Commissioners, please correct me if I'm wrong, why did Major General Sonona not cover certain issues in the statement? And so I think even with these messages, had we received them prior to Sunday, because we submitted our statement on Thursday the 22nd of January, we would have been able to deal with them properly within the statement. So that's the only reason why I'm mentioning this issue of the unredacted messages. It did not give us an opportunity to deal with them correctly within the statement. So when Major General Sonona was questioned on these things, unfortunately, it wasn't already placed within his statement. And I realized from the commissioners over the last 3 days that it is quite important to deal with certain things within the statement. And so these are my submissions to the Commission. Unless perhaps I must chat to my attorney, I might forget certain things. But I think that is it for me. Thank you, Commissioners.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Are you done?
Thank you. Thank you. I just forgot to mention one point just regarding the belated statement. I would like to apologize to the evidence leader and any prejudice that may have caused to the Commission. I must state that on Friday, when we were finalizing the statement, I just now don't recall the dates, my apologies. But on Friday, the 16th of January, when we were supposed to submit the statement, we had our consultation with the client, just going through the statement. He then informed the legal team that there was another implication by witness C. Witness C had stated certain things, and so unfortunately we did not want to submit that statement prior to us actually seeing what witness C had said, just in case the Commission actually leads evidence on what witness C has stated in the statement. So we did address a letter to the Commission's attorneys on Friday, and I will accept that it was quite belatedly, and we do apologize for that. It was Friday sometime in the evening at about 6, after we had missed the deadline. We do accept that responsibility. We addressed a letter to the Commission saying that it seems as if there's another witness that may have implicated Major General Sonona. We would like to receive a little bit of time to consider this. And I hope now I don't have my dates mixed up. I don't have the correspondence before me. But that's essentially actually what we were trying to do. We were trying to first, read the documents concerning witness C. And I think then we also sent a letter to the Commission's attorneys requesting the transcripts and the relevant recording that witness C had made mention of in the evidence, so that we can just consider all of that. It wasn't available online. I will say that the Commissioner's attorneys, they provided that to us very, very quickly, and they also assured us that witness C's evidence would not actually be used in Major General Sonona's leading of evidence or even in the probing. And so then we endeavored to, yes, and then that's when we submitted the statement. But I must definitely apologize for belatedly submitting that statement, because I do understand the prejudice that the evidence leader and the team will have in circumstances like that. But I hope I'm not going to be held to some sort of gunpoint just regarding the dates. Genuinely, I do not recall.
No, not just the dates, no.
It was just the gist, yes, that I would like to communicate to the Commissioners. I don't think there's anything else from our side. Thank you.
There's a lot of detail there, which I think Ms. Hassimi is entitled to respond to.
So, Chair, the first thing is, yes, we were informed very late, and the request was for the recording. We responded immediately, and we provided the transcript of witness C, even though we were not intending to rely on witness C's evidence for the purposes of questioning this witness. We still provided the transcript. Despite that, then the next thing that happened was that there was an undertaking that the statement would be provided to us by the 19th to 20th. That was the language, 19 to 20. We granted an indulgence to the witness and waited until the 20th. And on the 20th, there was no communication from the witness's attorneys as to why we still hadn't received the statement. And we had to make a further request. And this is particularly in light of the fact that there was nothing more, given that there was no information that was provided to the witness that required further work on the statement. It was just inexplicable, and no explanation until now, such that it was provided as to why it was so late. So I just want to clarify that. There was quite a lot of correspondence, and it was only on repeated pressing that we eventually received the signed statement on the Friday before the hearing. As far as the questioning yesterday that Ms. Mafisa says was unfair because it relied on information that had not been provided to the witness before the statement, that is factually incorrect. It's factually incorrect. I questioned the witness on an annexure to the WhatsApps. And the question was, why is it we are getting a response now on the issue we were engaging on when it wasn't in the statement? And the response is that that was not provided to the witness before the statement was due. And that's just incorrect. Those annexures, and Ms. Mafisa acknowledged it earlier when she said those annexures were provided on the 26th of November, annexures SEN1 to SEN7. That's what I was basing my questioning on. So it's just factually incorrect that there was any prejudice to the witness in my questioning. And if necessary, I will return to those questions today because the witness had those annexures in his possession well before 16 January.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes.
You wanted to?
Yes, thank you. That was also my issue because my recollection is that yesterday's objection was based on the SEN annexures. But we've now heard from Ms. Mafisa that in fact they were provided electronically in November last year already. But my other issue, Ms. Mafisa, is reading page 18 of the general statement. You'll see that there's footnote 13 and footnote 14. What the general is talking about there is the WhatsApp exchanges between himself and Mr. Madlanga, leading to the meeting at the Pearls on the 15th of April, 2025. So he did have those WhatsApps and he did read them in preparing his statement. Otherwise, he would not have referred to them and even have date stamps. I would understand if he said, I cannot deal with these WhatsApps because I have not received them, or the format in which I have received them is redacted, so I don't know what's in the WhatsApps. But looking at this statement, it creates the impression to me that he has seen the WhatsApps, he knows what is in the WhatsApps, and he can give evidence on that. I do not get the impression looking at footnote 13 and 14 that he does not know what is in those WhatsApps. I mean, he even gives date stamps and he says what they relate to, which means he must have seen them and he must know what they say.
And it's not just those. The statement as a whole is replete with references to the text exchanges between the two of them. But anyway, sorry I interrupted you.
But the specific ones he objected to was page 39 and 40. And that was the WhatsApps of 13 and 14 April 2025. Now, the way he refers to them in the statement gives me the impression that he must have seen them, and he must have date stamps, and he must know that those are exchanges between him and Mr. Madlanga, and he must know what the discussion in those WhatsApps is. That's the impression I get looking at this footnote.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. May I please take you to the WhatsApp chats? I, unfortunately, now I'm not even working with the correct exhibit bundle. Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to take you to the WhatsApp chats, and I think it is, so it's the WhatsApp chats right above the times, the date 13 April 2025. The timestamp there is 16:32:07.
You're looking at page?
Sorry, my attorney will just get that for me, Chairperson. I don't have the page at the moment. Thank you, page 38. So all of the WhatsApp chats on page 38, they were in actual fact redacted. So I do agree, I definitely can confirm that the annexures SCN1 to SCN7, we did have them. But what we were referring to actually was not even the messages related to those annexures SCN1 to SCN7, but we were referring to the messages above that. So those messages above the timestamp of 13 April 2025 were redacted. So when we received these WhatsApp chats on the 9th of October via the Rule 3 notice, those messages were redacted. We only received the unredacted messages on Sunday. So my argument is simply this. We were unable to address those redacted WhatsApp messages within the statement. That is only what I was trying to say to the Commission.
But it's the greetings, Ms. Mafisa. Good morning, Duna.
Chairperson, whether it's the greetings or not, I do think, whether it's the greetings or not, I think then perhaps maybe the chairpersons may be missing a greater point, which is the point that we are trying to make here is that we have been fighting to get evidence. That is the point that we are trying to make. I think it would be, we would truly be missing the essence of the point if we just simply say, but this message is inconsequential, this is consequential, this is inconsequential. We have to look at the greater process. We've already accepted responsibility that we were at fault in submitting the statement belatedly. We 100% accept that responsibility. But I do think that it's important that even if the Commission's attorneys are making mistakes, we must bring this to the attention of the Commissioners. Thank you.
Chair,
Commissioner Baloyi.
before Commissioner Baloyi comes in, if I may.
All right.
Because it is important that we get the facts correct. And the WhatsApp messages were sent in October last year. What was redacted in those WhatsApp messages were the phone numbers. So at the top of each message, it has the actual number. And it has been the practice of the attorneys to redact that sort of private information, confidential information from documents that they send out. So it was only the phone numbers, 2 phone numbers, the phone number of General Sonona and the phone number of Mr. Matlala. That is the only thing that was redacted from those documents. If there was a problem on the printing on the other side and the formatting went askew and therefore it blocked other messages or something, if that's the reason, if that's what happened, it's possible, we should have been informed. And we were never informed that that was the problem. But it's a problem that was the thing that is redacted are the phone numbers, not the content of messages. The facts are very important.
Chairperson, I don't know if I can hand my page up as we received on the 9th of October. It is incorrect that it was merely the numbers that were redacted. I can hand this particular page up to the Commissioners. We can also print it out as we received on the 9th of October, but I don't think I will take the argument further.
Even if that were true,
based on what Ms. Hassim has just said, I don't think there's a dispute there, because Ms. Hassim says the content of the texts was not redacted, but that something may have gone wrong electronically when your side printed the documents, but that the content of the texts. We saw what the General gave us yesterday. It was blank and the text was not there, so we accept that. So there's no dispute there. So the question is, if the attorneys sent something that actually had the content of the texts, what went wrong, where and how, that would be the issue. Yeah. But the point Ms. Hassim is making is, once your side got those blank texts, perhaps an issue should have been raised by your side. That's her point, not mine. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me once we have resolved, and this is both to Ms. Hassim, Ms. Mafisa, and the General, that once we resolved what brought us here, which is annexures SEN 3, SEN 4, and 5, once we resolved that, in fact, these were already given last year, it is still a fair question, because I understand, Ms. Mafisa, to accept that's what happened. You got them last year. It is therefore still, it is a fair question to ask the General, why did you not deal with these in this statement? Because as you would recall, that's where the problem starts. It's you said he shouldn't be asked that question, and we asked Ms. Hassim to pend that question while we resolve this. It's clear from your admission that in fact, that's a fair question to ask, because you got these last year, these annexures. And it's not clear to me why we are having this discussion now and wasting so much time on it. In my experience and expectation, two things should have happened. One, on day one, you should have recorded fully what your concerns are about the bundle of documents that you've been given, and then we deal with it so that we run with evidence and we know how to manage the process if indeed there are documents presented that were not given to the witness in good time. That's one. Two, my experience is when a witness sees something for the first time on the stand, they are quite entitled to say, can I please have time to look at this document, consider it fully before I'm required to answer the question. And that in many cases may well entail pending that question to allow the witness outside of the pressure of a sitting to look at a document and come back and properly answer. That's how you mitigate where documents have been given the last minute. And I would expect that, for example, with a document you say the witness got this morning, that is, you know that is available to him. And if he says, I need time to look at it because I've not seen this document before, we deal with it. Not we're having a back and forth on day 3 of the witness's evidence, right in the middle of his evidence, about actually a document that he has seen, that he has had since October last year. I would urge that we continue, Chair, that we continue, and if any other documents come up, the historical matter is historical matter. We are here now. And if there are any other issues about documents that the General is seeing for the first time, it's for him to tell the Chairperson that as he's being asked about documents, and then the Chairperson will make rulings as we go ahead. Chair, that's my suggestion.
I actually made the same point. I said, with the video, once a complaint was made, we immediately said, you will be given time. So what Commissioner Baloyi says is something that we have actually done practically. We are not theorizing about it. So once a complaint was, we are seeing this video for the first time. This is going to prejudice us. We immediately said, Ms. Hassim, please avail the video to the other side. And we did not proceed about that video until the following day. So even with other documents, chats, or whatever else, if an issue was raised, we would have done the same. About the other documents, you say that you were quite annoyed and that you even voiced your annoyance to Ms. Hassim, but you never did so to us, and you have not said so. So there is no reason why we would not have done the same as we did with the video. So Now it's very late, and for the first time we are being told of possible prejudice, and about documents I'm being told have been, according to Ms. Hassim, have been with the witness for quite a while, or at least some of them. Just before we conclude, and my inclination is to do what Commissioner Baloyi has said, but before we conclude this, what would you like to see? What do you think would mitigate any prejudice, if there be?
Thank you, Chairperson. I do agree that we should continue. I do agree with that. Perhaps what I will also just say from our side, because we have taken up quite a lot of time from the Commission, perhaps maybe what I must say is we committed definitely that we had received the documentation on the 26th of November. Commissioners, I'll probably just simply put it in this way. We do not know the evidence that the Commission is in possession of. So when we specifically mentioned that we wanted the evidence of witness X and the corresponding statements and the transcripts, to our minds, that was what we would need in order for us to put the statement together. But for us to belatedly receive I think it's a little bit, now here comes the word unfair again, but I think it's a little bit unfair to be placed in a position where we tell the Commission, this is what we need, I think we've got everything. Our first letter on the 17th of October actually stated, all of the evidence that you have, please provide it to us. We've always said that. So we do not work at the Commission, we have no idea what is at the disposal of the Commission. So I think for me that is just the only thing that I will say or add to the submissions that I've already made. But I am perfectly okay, my attorney is also perfectly okay for us to proceed, Chairperson. I don't think we have to go on this back and forth anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mafisa. We will continue. If any issue arises, we will deal with it as and when. Yes, Ms. Hassim?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I proceed? Thank you. Okay. I'm going to begin then, since this is part of the discussion that we've started with this morning, with the question I was told to pend yesterday. And that is, General, why it is that you didn't in your statement, so let me just remind you what we were talking about. There were annexes to the statement, to the WhatsApp chats, including the docket of information pertaining to Mr. Nangi. And you said that you had not looked at that when you sent it to Mr. Matlala. And then there were other annexes, SEN 3, 4, and 5, which you said, although he sent it to you, you didn't open it and look at it at the time. You only saw the full contents for the first time when it was provided to you by the Commission. And my question to you was, and that's why you didn't do anything with it. That's why you didn't raise a concern. You now became aware that there was confidential information, that you ought not have shared the Nangi affidavit, for example, but you didn't address that in your statement. You only started to provide that as a reason under questioning yesterday. And my question to you yesterday, and I repeat it today, is why? Why didn't you address it in your statement? In your statement, you addressed the Nangi thing. You said you gave it to him to warn him. But that's all you said. Why?
Why didn't I do what? The question, can you repeat it, please, Commissioners?
Do you recall the evidence of yesterday
Yes,
regarding
Commissioners.
these annexures?
Yes, Commissioners.
And you recall you said this is unfair because you hadn't seen it before, the annexures.
Which annexures? The SEN 3, SEN 4.
Yes.
I said, Commissioners, I've never opened these ones. I never read them. I happened to see the full contents when the information was provided by the Commission.
Yes, and I said, why, at that point, did you not, when you answered us on it, you said if you had seen it, these are the things you would have done, you see that this was a problem, these contents of these documents. Do you recall those answers yesterday?
Correctly, I recall that I said I would have written an information note to my supervisors to be able to deal with the matters.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my question to you was, why are you now saying that when you didn't give us that response in your statement? You didn't acknowledge in your statement that these are problematic annexures that you had.
I think when these annexures were opened, already my recollection, let me rephrase, Commissioners, I believe that you are saying why I didn't include it in my statement. That is the question that I must respond to. Am I right?
My question is, the answer you gave us yesterday was not anywhere in your statement. You didn't address the content of these annexures in your statement.
Correct, I didn't address the content of these annexures in my statement.
And then you said that the reason you didn't was because you didn't have it at the time you were preparing your statement. But we now know that's not true, because you did have it. Isn't that so?
These annexures were received through the lawyers. I can't recall the actual date. But I think when we look at it, they were redacted. There were information that was hidden on it. And one couldn't make a context of that. If my memory serves me well, I'm talking under correction. But I agree that I didn't talk about it fully in my affidavit. And that is what it is. I didn't talk about fully in my affidavit. I just indicated that. And now, you see, when you receive these things, you get questions, Commissioners, and the questions also, you have to respond to them. And then when you respond to them, in responding, some of the things when you respond, you recollect some of the information. It becomes back. And when it comes back, you end up saying those things that you are remembering that are the truth, nothing else but the truth. So eventually, when you write a statement, you will write about things that you remember. And as a human being, you will also be making some faults. That is why there are sometimes faults. We also make faults, and I believe you also make faults.
General, I think you are evading the question. You're not answering what I asked you at all. And in fact, now you're raising another problem. You're saying that those annexures were redacted. Is that what you're saying?
I said I talk under correction. I need to be corrected that certain information on those things when my attorneys that were redacted, I said I talk under correction. But I didn't include them in my affidavit. I agree.
My question is, why did you not? You had all of that information well before the due date of your written statement.
I don't have an answer to that because my affidavit, I wrote it. I said, people make mistakes. But if you force me to give you an answer, I don't have it. I made a mistake maybe because if you deemed it fit, I should have put it there. It's fine, but I made a mistake by not putting it. And it's not the only these messages that I didn't include in my affidavit. It's a lot of them in terms of these pages 38 until to 60, even others before that. So, Commissioners, my affidavit, when I deal with it, when I deposit my affidavit, I was looking also at the subpoena. I wrote my affidavit in line with the subpoena, and then whatever information I might have omitted by mistake, it was not my intention to omit it. If I have recalled or recollected that I must include it, it should have been included, but I'm also a human being. I think we need to also bear in mind that I am not a perfect human being, unless I'm told there is somebody perfect. But me, I am not. I am subjected to make mistakes that are being made by human beings. I have already responded to these questions, Commissioners.
Not to my satisfaction. And what I wish to say to you, and what I put to you, is that you're not being completely open and truthful with the Commission, and that the reason you gave a different answer yesterday was not because you were not aware of the content of those annexes, because you were aware of it, as we know, but because you, under questioning, realized that what you had done was wrong and that you now had to take responsibility and answer for it. It was only upon the questioning and the probing that you were forced to answer. That's what I put to you.
Commissioners, with my responses and what I'm here to deliver or to testify upon, it doesn't matter if the advocate is not happy with my response, but I'm telling the truth to the best of my recollection here. I'm not trying to evade anything. I'm telling the truth to the best of my recollection.
And the Nangi affidavit was something that you were asked about specifically in the subpoena, isn't that so?
I believe so. I want to check where is my subpoena here. I'm trying to search for my subpoena, Commissioners. I don't know where I put it, so that I can just have a look and respond to the advocate.
Are you referring to the Regulation 10.6 notice, which sort of indicated what you were required to address? Or?
Correct, Commissioners. Yeah, I'm looking for it. I don't know where's my files, some of my files here, the actual subpoena in order to respond, sorry, because the advocate is saying in that document I was required to talk about the Nangi issue.
Yes, so, Chair, we're trying to find whether it's in the record in order to assist the witness. But I can read out the paragraph of the notice that's relevant. And the question in this, in relation to this Nangi affidavit was the following. What was the witness's purpose in sending a WhatsApp message to Mr. Matlala on 10 March 2025 at 21:03, attaching the complainant affidavit of Mr. Nangi, and then we attached it, and other contents of the docket in CAS number, and then we put in the CAS number. So that was the question.
I think I've highlighted the purpose, Commissioners, yesterday.
Okay.
For the purpose of securing time, I did highlight it yesterday. If maybe the advocate was making note, the purpose I've highlighted it. I was asked several questions, and vigorously so yesterday, regarding the purpose. And I think I have responded yesterday, Commissioners. And I still remain with that.
You see, the problem with this is that you suggested that you didn't really know the details. You didn't know that where Mr. Nangi lived. You didn't know the details of the case. But once you were aware that this very serious alleged criminal was released, you felt you needed to warn Mr. Matlala. But the reality is that you did know about the details of the case because you had received a complaint in February last year by the DPP in KZN regarding your oversight of the case and deficiencies in your management of the investigation of that case. Isn't that so?
Commissioners, the issue, I've never received a complaint from the DPP in February 2025. I've never. And I want the commissioners to bear with me because I'm not going to get into details. I'm going to give just a straightforward answer and stop it there, and I'll give a reason to that. I'm going to plead with the commissioners. There was a complaint that was sent to the NDPP, by the NDPP, to the national head of the directorate. There was a case that was investigated in KwaZulu-Natal of kidnapping, extortion, and some other charges there, where these persons, Nangi and other persons, were arrested. The investigators at the ground level did their investigation, and in a process, certain things happened that I don't want to get into details. Eventually, the matter was set for bail application in January. The NPA withdrew the case. They gave reasons there. After that, it's then that there was a complaint by the NDPP to the national head. Processes were followed and everything. Commissioner, there is a DC that is currently on trial. I want to appeal to you and also say, with this saying and understanding that it's sub judice for me to come and talk about these things here of that nature. That complaint, it went through the national office, it went through its processes, and there is a DC and there is a hearing that is in progress. The last time I appeared here on the 26th, from here I attended a DC. It is continuing. So I appeal to you not to respond to these questions that are related to this.
And the disciplinary process against whom?
Myself and 4 others.
And is it a disciplinary so you say there was a complaint? And I'm not asking you to discuss the detail of it. I respect that if it's a pending matter, you want to discuss it. But I think we just want to try and understand your evidence about this, what it is that you're saying to us. So you say there was a complaint against you and others relating to the Nangi matter. Is that what you're telling us?
In that complaint...
No, let's take it step by step. You can explain.
I want to clarify something before I answer. In the complaint, it talked about investigators, not necessarily my name.
Yes.
There was a complaint.
So there's a complaint against investigators who report to you relating to the Nangi matter.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
You were then subjected, those investigators and you, that's what I want to understand, are then being subjected to a disciplinary process relating to that Nangi matter.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't propose to go into the merits and the details of the charges against General Senona. The charges are there for the record, and they are contained at Exhibit 61, page 614, the charges. It's just the fact of the charges that were relevant, and I accept that, pardon me?
Page, Commissioners?
614. I accept that we should, it's not even relevant, in fact, to the mandate of this commission for us to discuss the merits of the DC. But the important point is that, General, that you had been asked to respond in some detail
Come again, Commissioners? What is the question?
You had been asked to respond in some detail to the concerns that had been raised by the DPP in KZN. And I'll just take you to page 616, Exhibit 62.
Commissioners, can I say something?
Can I finish my question?
Before you ask a question, because I want to tell the Commissioners something about this document that you're referring to. Commissioners, this document, we received it when we arrived here on the 27th. And for further to that, this document is part and parcel of the bundle of documents in my disciplinary hearing. I therefore request that I must not be asked questions about this because there is a hearing that is ongoing here. That is my plea.
Chair, I propose that I be permitted to ask my question. The question has got nothing to do with the disciplinary. It's merely about the fact of this document and what it's about. We will not be going into the details of the contents.
Let's just hear the question, General, and then we'll see whether you still object.
But Commissioners,
even
this
based,
is about...
yes. Let's just hear the question, just the question, General, and then, we can take it from there, or we will take it from there.
And General and Chair, by the way, this document is the witness's own document. It's a document that he compiled. It's not.
So it was supplied by him to the Commission?
No, I mean it's a document that he authored.
Okay.
It's an information note. And
616, you said.
616, yes, Commissioner Khumalo. So the relevance of this is only the following, that you'll see at the end of the document it's dated 20 February 2025. And it's an information note prepared by General Sonona in response to concerns that were raised by the DPP in KZN regarding the management of this Nangi case. I'll say no more about that. But the General was then required to look into it and provide a response, and he did so on the 20th of February 2025. Correct?
What is the question, Commissioners?
That you provided this information note on 20 February 2025.
It is the document I provided, but
Yes.
I didn't want to get into it.
Yes, and then on 10 March 2025 is when you send Mr. Matlala the attachment, the 220 pages of confidential information pertaining to Mr. Nangi. And what I want to suggest to you, General, is that your response that you were merely forwarding on information as a warning to him is not correct. That in fact you and Mr. Matlala were in conversation about Mr. Nangi and that document that you sent him in the context of the withdrawal of that complaint, trying to persuade him to withdraw the complaint against Mr. General Mkhunazi. So that's what I'm putting to you, that it wasn't merely for his information and warning, but that in fact it was part of an ongoing engagement between you and Mr. Matlala.
Thank you, Commissioners. First thing first, the document is not a confidential document. As I've indicated yesterday, I read the affidavit and then I saw the addresses, I sent it. I still stand by my response yesterday. Commissioners, General Sinona is not a suspect on the case that was opened by Mr. Nangi. General Sinona is not a suspect. That one, maybe even if they go and ask Mr. Nangi or read all the affidavits there, General Sinona is not listed as a suspect. I don't have a reason to go and ask another person to tell another person to withdraw a docket where I'm not even a suspect. Even if I was listed as a suspect, I wouldn't have informed or persuaded another person to withdraw a case docket. I'll go to court and defend myself and my innocence in court. Like I came here, I went to my legal team because I know I'm called a witness, but the people who came here, they implicated me in some sort of, when my understanding, I am a respondent because this is a commission. I'm called a witness, but I am a respondent to the allegations against me. So General Sinona was never, ever listed as a suspect. So I don't see any reason. The inference that is drawn by the advocate, it is totally incorrect. Thank you, Commissioners.
I've had my response. I can move on from this. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. Let's go back to just want to get the date where we were. We had dealt with 13 April. That was page 39 of the WhatsApp chats. Can you turn to page 40 of the WhatsApp chats? And can you read the first message that Mr. Matlala sent to you on the 14th of April?
Maybe before you do that, Ms. Hassim, I know you've asked us to give you as much freedom to run your line of questions without interruption, but I think it might be more efficient and neater if I ask my question now. If you would just remind me that confidential SEN 345, where do we find the one that relates to the President? I just want to ask a question. I think it was in the 300 something.
I think it's 29.
I'm told it's
291.
291. General, this is a document that yesterday was discussed, or you were asked a question about. And now that we have resolved finally that you did get this SEN 4 last year, this attachment to that WhatsApp message with Mr. Matlala. Maybe let me then ask my question in the light, in fact, it is in the light of what you had said yesterday. In your evidence yesterday, you said you did not open this SEN 3, the 291, page 291 document. You said you had not opened that WhatsApp attachment when it came from Mr. Matlala.
SEN 4.
I'm told it's SEN 4. Yes. You said yesterday that you did not open it when it was given to you and you never opened it. And I'm not probing that any further. I think we had that discussion yesterday. But we now know from this morning exchange between the lawyers that in fact you were given this annexure last year already. So you had it and you would have seen what it is. And my question on the back of what you said yesterday is, after you saw this, after it was now sent to you by the evidence leaders and you see what it is, did you prepare an information note in the way that you said you would have? You remember your evidence yesterday was, had you opened the attachment, you would have, because you see on the face of it that this is not information that should be exchanged or that should be in the public in the hands of a private person. And if you had seen it, you would have it done. But now we know you saw it because it was given to you last year. Did you do anything about it?
Commissioner, I didn't prepare an information note. Reason being, I was and I still am under the impression that since it was presented before the Commission and the team that were downloaded and got this information have submitted a report to my principals, and I believe they are continuing with investigations. I didn't want to write another thing because I wanted to leave the Commission and its investigators to do their job independently. So,
thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner Bedoy. So, page 40. You there? Can you just read the message that Mr. Matlala sends to you on the 14th of April?
oh, Nduna, don't forget to ask our brother about that lady who's stirring problems.
And who's that lady who's stirring problems?
I did in my affidavit, commissioners, that allow me to utilize the word I assume that it may have been concerning the tender, Medicare tender, and his issues with Lieutenant General Kua. I assume it might be Lieutenant General Kua. Unfortunately, I do not have the best recollection regarding this message, but that is my assumption.
However,
I never assisted Mr. Matlala in the payment of his invoices or have ever shown questionable concern over his tender or payments.
that doesn't square up with these texts. We've already showed how you provided assistance on 15 April. We've already discussed, and we no need to go there again, your response on 13 May, advising and more than advising, urging him to take them on and to sue the SAPS in relation to his contract. Now I'm taking you to this particular text where he says, please don't forget to ask our brother about that lady who's stirring problems. Your response to him is not, what are you talking about? Your response to him is a thumbs up. You acquiesce. It suggests agreement that you will follow up. Isn't that so?
These emojis, commissioners, each and every individual explain them differently. I think there are experts who will be able to assist us with the interpretation of emojis, but I will say noted. My understanding of this emoji is noted.
It's noted.
Yes.
So you knew what he was talking about, and you acknowledged it.
Remember,
You didn't say, for example, what are you talking about?
That's why I assumed, not knew, I assumed that the lady that is talking about it can be Lieutenant General Kua.
Okay. And the reason you assumed that it was someone with that specific name is because you had already discussed it with him.
Remember, when he asked me to go with him to meet the general, he was talking about the issue of the purchase orders.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the purchase orders, when I thought, before I can deposit my affidavit, and even that time, I realized that these issues of the purchase orders is ahead of his function. So there's no way that the provincial office will deal with these purchase orders.
And so, what's that got to do with, I'm not sure what you're saying. You're saying that you assumed that this lady was General Nkua.
Correct.
Because you had discussed it with him, because you were preparing for the meeting on 15 April.
At the 15th meeting of April, he asked me to accompany him, of which I agreed. I assumed that the lady might be Lieutenant General Nkua. And
yes, you're repeating yourself. Please answer this. I'm saying, how did you know it would be General Nkua if you hadn't discussed the issue of his contract with him prior to this?
remember, prior to this, regarding the contract, he told me he was having problems in payments, as I indicated before. And then the payment, when you look at the contract, it was a common cause to me when we were talking about the issue of the payment in terms of the contract, that this contract is related to Medicare, where police officials, when they are sick, they go to the sick base and the students. And then the only person who is dealing with this, it is the Divisional Commissioner, HR, and the Divisional Commissioner is Lieutenant General Nkua. But that is why I assumed, but he never told me the lady who's having problem who she is, but I assumed, because I've got knowledge that this type of functions of this nature, they fall within that space.
But what the language he uses is important. He said, that lady, which means it suggests that you've spoken about it before. That lady, you know who that lady is, who's stirring problems. And moreover, he doesn't say stirring problems on my contract. He just says stirring problems.
I gave you my answer as an assumption of which I don't like to do it, commissioners. I indicated several times that I came here to tell the truth, nothing is the truth. Here I put it in my statement, and then I will stick to my statement. That is what I had assumed.
And who's our brother?
Yeah, this one is giving me a problem. I'm trying to establish. Even before I deposit my statement, I tried to look. By the way, our brother. You understand?
You don't remember who he's referring to. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you see, most he will talk about our brother, and then he doesn't put names. That is why I'm having a problem in the recollection of these names.
But again, the use of that language, don't forget. Don't forget means remember what we spoke about. Don't forget. So you had spoken about this before, and you may not remember now, maybe you do and you don't want to say who our brother is. But the fact that he refers to our brother suggests that he knew that you will know who he's talking about. Isn't that so?
I don't think so. He might have known, or he might have said, don't forget to ask our brother. I don't know who must I ask about the lady who's having problems. Hence, I'm saying, when he talked about this, because we were talking earlier about his challenges of not getting payment, and then he wanted me to accompany him to a meeting, so that was arranged by the former minister. So that is why I have assumed. So I think I've responded to the best of my recollection, commissioners, in relation to this question.
Okay. General, you assumed, let's proceed on the basis that you got this message and you assumed that he must be referring to General Nkua. Who did you assume the brother was that he's referring to in this? Because you must have completed that picture. You assumed it's Nkua, General Nkua that he's referring to. You must then have also made an assumption about the brother that you are being asked to speak to.
You are correct, Commissioner. I'm trying to assume as well, but it doesn't ring a bell to my recollection, Commissioners.
No, General. This WhatsApp message is on the 14th of April, you're going to meet, and you know at that point, you're going to meet General Mkwanazi on the 15th. Today, it's less than a year since this WhatsApp message was sent to you. You got these documents last year already, so you've had ample opportunity. If you had forgotten, you've had ample opportunity to reflect on these communications, one, but two, you did make an assumption, you tell us. You say, I made an assumption that he's referring to General Nkua. You could not have made that assumption in a vacuum. You made that assumption because there was a context to it. Otherwise, I could easily ask you, why did you not assume he's referring to Ms. Patricia Mashale, for example? So there's a reason you assumed it's General Nkua that he's referring to. It has to be so. And I'm saying you must then have assumed something about the brother that he's referring to. You may have been wrong in your assumption, but you should be able to answer the question, who is the brother you assumed he's referring to?
I'm trying to do my recollection, commissioners, as we are here, and I did before. It is an unfortunate situation. This type of things, sometimes it is important to engage with the person who sent it. Because at this stage, I am trying to recollect and talk about what Mr. Matlala has sent to me. Then it is unfortunate, even when I received this document, still to date, I've never had contact with him directly or indirectly. But I'm trying my level best to try and think who the brother, who was he referring to? I'm trying to think to assist the commission.
General, can I say something? At this moment, you are not assisting the commission, and you're leaving me, I'm speaking for myself, you're leaving me with the impression that you are evasive, you choose not to answer questions that you fear might get you into trouble. Because there is no way somebody can say to you, don't forget. It's a reminder, which means you must have discussed this in the past. And when he reminds you, you don't say, what are you talking about? I'm confused. You give him a thumbs up as if to say, yes, I will not forget. So when you say you assume you can't remember, it gives me the impression that you either don't want to tell us or you are deliberately being evasive. This is not 15 years ago, as Advocate Commissioner Baloyi says. This is a few months ago, in the lead up to an important meeting with General Mkwanazi.
Commissioners, I am not evasive. The issue that I'm afraid I'll be in trouble, I am already in trouble. I indicated before your good self here, commissioners, that with this document of the commission, I am already being in trouble. So I can't fear to disclose what I recall and being afraid that there will be trouble. I am already in trouble. So at the end of the day, commissioners, I see from time to time, if I can't recall something, I'm told I'm evasive, I'm told I'm lying, and I don't want to respond to these words that I'm told about, but I'm not a person who will come here and mislead the commission. If I was lying, commissioners, the chairperson of the commissioner, when I arrived here, asked me one question. Are you affirming or are you taking an oath? I said I'm taking an oath because I don't want to lie. Please.
And General, to be fair to you, the reason I'm mentioning this to you is that I don't want to put things in a report that I did not give you the opportunity to respond to. The impression you are making to me I must let you know about it and give you the opportunity to, respond to that. Because it would be unfair if I don't give you the opportunity and then you see in a report that you formed an impression of that nature to me. So that was the reason I was mentioning it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
General, can I, still on this, the brother that he's referring to, is it possible that he was referring to General Mkhwanazi?
It is not.
Why do you say it's not? Why are you so sure about that, if you have no recollection?
I don't think he will refer General Mkhwanazi as a brother. They according to me, they never knew each other. They never met before, according to me. He won't call him a brother.
Yes. Well, let me tell you why. Let me put to you why I think he was referring to General Mkhwanazi, and you knew that's what he's referring to. The WhatsApp message of General Mkhwanazi, Ms. Hassim, if you would remind me what page it is.
It's the annexures bundle, file 1, annexures to the witness statement. And it's annexure S4.
Thank you. Thank you.
Page
for that.
89.
Yes, thank you. The reason I'm putting to you, and I'm doing this to try to get us through this very quickly, because I think we are getting nowhere with your responses. You're repeated on few responses that I don't remember. In this WhatsApp message, General Mkhwanazi records, you have been talking to him. The opening paragraph is, you made arrangements that I meet this guy because, and then he carries on. I asked you, where do you know how you spoke to him about Nangi? So you are talking according to General Mkhwanazi's WhatsApp message, you had a discussion with him, right? According to him, you had a discussion with him and requested that he meets with Mr. Matala. That's what General Mkhwanazi says. Then this WhatsApp message where Mr. Matala says to you, remember to speak to our brother, which comes a day before the meeting with General Mkhwanazi, and you assume he's referring to General Nkua, who incidentally is the person they're going to be discussing in the meeting the following day. You make that assumption, it is General Nkua he's referring to. And then you are blank to us about the brother that he's referring to, that you are supposed to speak to. Now, when I thread General Mkhwanazi's message that you asked him to meet with this gentleman, it says you are talking to General Mkhwanazi. That's what General Mkhwanazi tells us in that WhatsApp message. You are talking to General Mkhwanazi about this meeting. Mr. Matala says to you, speak about the lady who's causing trouble. You say you assume it's General Nkua. I want to put it higher than that and say, he's referring to General Nkua. It's not an assumption. And then the brother there, you know who that brother is. Otherwise, you would have not noted, you would not have simply noted this. You would have said, who is the brother you're talking about? If you didn't know, you knew. And the sequence of messages, including General Mkhwanazi, suggests that Mr. Matala was asking you to speak, when you speak to General Mkhwanazi, speak to him about, mention General Nkua as well, that in fact they discussed the following day. So you know that's the sequence that happened. When you say, I don't remember, I made assumptions, it cannot be. And I think in nearly similar vein to to Commissioner Khumalo here, I think I would like you to take this commission much more seriously and give us proper answers. You are not assisting the commission. You say, I took the oath, I said I was going to tell the truth, and I'm trying my best to assist. You must accept sitting there that when you say, I don't remember, it's of no assistance to the commission at all. It isn't of any assistance. And maybe it's worth mentioning that you're actually here under subpoena. You didn't volunteer to come and assist us. You were subpoenaed to be here, and you're sitting there behaving, and I say this with utmost respect. You're sitting there behaving like someone who's just discharging the obligation of coming here under subpoena. You're not going to tell us anything. You do know what this was about. You simply choose not to tell us what you know this WhatsApp message was about. You can comment if you want, but that is my view as well. I share Commissioner Kumla's view that you're not being of assistance to us. And it's a deliberate decision that you have made.
No comment, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair, it's 7 minutes past 11. I'm not sure what you would like to do.
Please continue. Let's adjourn at 1:30.
At 11:30. Thank you. On this theme that we've been dealing with of the assistance you provide to Mr. Matlala, after this exchange where he asks you, he reminds you, don't forget, ask that lady, you say, thumbs up. Then comes the meeting of 15 April, we know that. If you go to page 42, you'll see the message from Mr. Matlala to you. He says, this number will call you to make meeting arrangements, and then he gives you an 066 number. Who was that who called you to make arrangements?
Thank you, Commissioners. This number was sent to me by Mr. Matlala in order for me to be able to meet him where he was. When I called this number, the person who was talking on this number, it was Mr. Matlala.
So he called you from this number, which wasn't his usual number.
He sent me this number.
Yes.
And then, yes, this is not, it was
It's not his usual number.
Yeah.
This number called you, and he was the person on the other end of the
Talking.
line talking to you. Okay. Let's move on. You meet on 15 April. On 15 April, you learn more information about the alleged criminality, as we heard yesterday, because now you heard about the investigation of the alleged attempted murder. Do you remember?
I recall.
You recall?
Commissioners.
Okay, so we keep going. So what happens after this is interesting, because there are quite a number of phone calls between you and Mr. Matlala. And I'll just show it to you so that you see what I'm talking about. This is after 15 April. So on 16 April, if you start on page 43, on 16 April, there's a phone call from Mr. Matlala to you. Do you see that?
I see it.
On 17 April, you send him more of, I don't even know what you call these things. You might call them emojis, but there's some things. It's fine. Pictures. Then on 17 April, you'll see Mr. Matlala calls you again in the morning, at 8 in the morning. Do you see that?
Yes.
8:30, yes. And then on 17 April, same day, 8:27, you call Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
And then you call him again. Probably you didn't get him, because the next phone call is 8:29, a couple of minutes later. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he sends you a pin. Is that the location where you were to meet?
On the 17th of April,
Yes, he sends
with
you a
these
pin.
calls and this pin, no, we always met at Mainland Main, where we were not supposed to meet.
So why did he send you this location
I'm going to be in trouble with the commissioners. I don't know why he sent it to me.
I'm saying he sent it to you because he was telling you where to meet.
No, our meeting place is the Mainland Main, next to his business office. It's Mainland Main Hotel. We never met elsewhere other than there.
But you can't explain why he sends you a location pin.
Maybe he will have to come and talk about it, commissioners. Mina, I don't know why he sent me this thing.
Okay, so this is something you just don't recall.
Yes.
And then you continue 17 April, you make a call to him at 12, I think that's 19 minutes past 12 in the afternoon. You see that?
Yes.
He sends you a message, but he deletes it.
Yes.
Do you know what that message was?
No,
Do you know why he would have deleted it?
I don't know.
You send him a heart. That's followed immediately with a heart. And
A
then,
heart and amen.
yes. What did you mean by that?
A heart and amen.
Why did you send him this picture?
The heart and amen.
Yes, in response to
It
him.
is, I was not responding to his message that is deleted.
I see.
I was just talking to him.
I see. Okay.
Yes, commissioners.
And then you called him at 6:35, the same day that you sent him the picture.
Yes,
And then he calls you again that evening at 6:48.
correct.
And then you call him again, same evening, 8:52.
I see
Yes?
that, commissioners.
And then 2 days later, he calls you, 19 April. See that?
Yes, commissioners.
And you call him 19 April at 10:26.
I see
yes?
that.
And then on the 21st of April, he calls you again. Do you see that?
Yes, commissioners.
He called you, right?
Yes,
And then you called him on the 22nd of April
correct.
at about quarter to 6 in the evening.
Correct.
And he returned your call, it seems, the same evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on the 23rd of April, you send him another message, and then he calls you on the 23rd of April.
Correct.
So lots of conversations happen after the meeting of the 15th of April. What was all those conversations about?
As far as my recollection, in some of our conversation, he was happy that I accompanied him to the meeting. And over and above that, he was adamant that the order forms will come. And then I was saying, I accompanied you to the meeting. I'm also believe that your meeting has served you right. And other communications is a general stuff that are personal between me and him. We did talk about issues of how happy he was and how appreciative he was for me accompanying him to meet the general.
He was very appreciative in all of those phone conversations. You seem to now recall all of these conversations. You say mostly it was about personal stuff, and some of it was about the contract.
The meeting, not the contract.
You had no discussions about the contract?
The contract?
Yes, about
Which
the
one?
purchase order. There's one contract only that was the subject of this discussion on the 15th of April. And you know what it is?
If they had discussions, and then I've indicated yesterday, commissioners, even in my statement, what I can recall, what was discussed there. And then I also strongly believe if that video clip is going to be played there, the recordings, those things will be there. And also, he did appreciate, as I'm saying, me accompanying him there. And then other stuff is that. Because I'm not going to do this, commissioners, to try and remember things that I cannot remember. The ones that are coming, I'm remembering. I am going to say it. And then I see where the advocate is going to say, you remember other things, you don't want to remember other things. But I'm honest here to tell what I remember. What I can't, if I don't have an answer, I don't have it, Commissioner. So that is my response to you.
But you do agree that you had very many communications after 15 April?
I agree as it is stipulated here.
Yes. And they were very warm and friendly. Isn't that so?
Correct, I am a woman-friendly person. It is in my DNA. That's me.
You're very warm and friendly, even with people you know to be suspected criminals.
You know, Commissioners, I'm pushed here to say there is this narrative of that I didn't want to say, but it seems I'm compelled to say it. You know, allegations sometimes is something. It is alleged. People sometimes will remain innocent until proven guilty. So over and over I'm told I'm conversing with an alleged criminal and so forth and so forth. But I didn't want to go there, but I'm pushed to say this. But I am a woman-friendly person. I was talking to him.
And in other words, you see, what you're saying now is contradicting what you said before, which is you were very concerned. And you were wary of him, and you were cautious, and you didn't trust his innocence, and you were pulling away from him, and you were going to cut off ties. This contradicts all of that, what you said yesterday, isn't that so?
Commissioners, what I've just said doesn't delete what I've said, that I was moving away gradually. My personality, I know I was told why you didn't cut it off like that. My personality, we differ with personalities. It doesn't mean when I move away gradually, I mustn't talk to people. I was talking to him, but moving away gradually, that was happening. I indicated that yesterday before the commissioners. The chairperson of the commissioners asked me vigorously about that and told me. Then I even said, I have learned today that somewhere, somehow, this is how one must deal with issues.
And your response that people are innocent until proven guilty, how do you explain that in your position as a senior police officer? How do you explain that answer? Let me finish. That you know that you are engaging with somebody against whom there are very serious allegations.
Ms. Hassim, contexts do, of course, differ, but I think this point has been made, hammered, and so on.
Perhaps I'll just say this.
Yes.
General, I'll just put it to you then, that your response, that you're just engaging with somebody that in your position, because this is not just about, gradually withdrawing. I'm saying something more. I'm saying that you're not an ordinary citizen. I'm saying that you are a senior police officer and that there's a greater duty on you to be circumspect in who you engage with. You can comment.
Commissioners, I hear I'm being told about my position. I'm going to say this. In terms of my position, if they gave me a warrant of arrest and say, go arrest Mr. Matlala, I'll gladly do it without any difficulty. That is my response, Commissioners.
So that took us to the 23rd of April, all of those many phone calls. And then on the 24th of April, you send Mr. Matlala a screenshot of, is this your phone? Is this a photograph of your phone or a screenshot?
Yes.
Of your phone? And it's a screenshot of you communicating with General Kumalo.
Correct, Commissioners.
And the content of it is you saying, "Good morning, General." He responds, "Morning, General." you say, can I call? And then nothing more.
Correct, Commissioners?
So what was the purpose of sending this to Mr. Madlanga?
I have indicated on Tuesday, Commissioners, that this message was sent by default. And then 15 minutes thereafter, I called him and then I told him I sent that message by you by mistake. It is not intended to you or for you. And then I even indicated that there was a third person that I was going to introduce to General Kumano regarding issues that are related to his division. And I went and hand over that individual, third person, and I said if General Kumalo can be called here, he will attest to what I'm saying. Because the person, the situation, the way it was, it was a pressing issue so that I can go and hand over this third person. And those things are intelligence things that are very, very classified. They normally even don't talk about them. The issues, the things that this third person was going to deliver there, as well as talking to General Kumano.
Just for clarity, General, I'm not sure I follow. So who do you say you meant to send the screenshot to? Very briefly, please.
Is a source, is a third party, is a source who was having information that is related to division. Here in Pretoria.
Why would that source have wanted to see just good morning, General, can I call?
It's me who was doing this, Commissioner.
I'm saying if you meant to send this to a source, what interest would that source have had to this conversation? In this conversation.
He was pushing that when am I seeing the general, the source. And I did deliver the source.
Could it be that our brother from the previous text was referring to General Kumalo?
I said I don't remember. This one was sent by mistake. As you can see that here I went to deliver a source.
No, I can't see that from this. And if it was sent by mistake, why didn't you just delete it?
I called him, Commissioners, and informed him this was a mistake.
Is it not that you called him in order to discuss your intended meeting with General Kumalo?
Commissioners, already the meeting with General who?
With General Dumisani Kumalo.
My intended meeting with General Kumalo,
Yes.
telling who?
Mr. Madlanga.
No, it's got nothing to do with my meeting with General Kumalo.
So when you met with General Kumalo, because I think you did already say that you did have a meeting with him, did you discuss the problem of Mr. Madlanga's problems with his contract? Did you ask for assistance?
No, I didn't ask for assistance.
Did you raise the contract at all?
I was talking to General Kumalo and introducing the source, that the source is talking about 1, 2, 3, 4. And then from there, I handed over the source, I left the source with him, then I drove away.
So you are adamant that you never had a conversation with General Kumalo about Mr. Madlanga's contract?
No.
Okay. General, this message on its face, it communicates nothing of significance to a third party unless you are telling that third party, whether it's Mr. Madlanga or somebody else, unless you're telling that third party that, look, I am talking to General Kumalo, right? I think your evidence now is that the third party you were sending this to was pressing you and you needed to show them that you are talking to General Kumalo. I think that's what you said.
I'm trying to say this, talking to General Kumalo, Commissioners, to secure an appointment to take this person there in Erasmus Kloof.
Try and listen. I'm making a different point to you. Your evidence now is that you are going to introduce this source, I think you call them a source, to General Khumalo. That's what you were trying to arrange here. Okay. So that's all that this message does, is to alert somebody that I am talking to General Khumalo. That's all. And that you say that's all you were doing with it. And of course, it contains nothing other than you are in communication with General Khumalo. Now, if you sent this to Mr. Matala by mistake, why was it necessary to call him and tell him it's by mistake? It has nothing to do with him, according to you. It contains no information. All it says is, good morning, General. Morning, General, can I call? If it has nothing to do with Mr. Matala, it means absolutely nothing to him. Why did you consider it necessary to call him, as you tell us, to explain I sent it to you by mistake?
Because it was not intended for him, Commissioners.
That's what you're telling us. It wasn't intended for him. And if I accept, for purpose of our discussion, that it wasn't intended for him, why was it necessary to call him and tell him that? Because he knows it has nothing to do with him. Why didn't you just let it be? I mean, in your many communications with him, he sends you things. You don't ask him, what is this about? You just let it be. Even important stuff, documents, you don't check with him, why are you sending me this? He says, speak to our brother about the lady. You don't ask him, what brother are you talking about? So your pattern on your evidence, your pattern of behavior in your exchanges with Mr. Matala is if stuff means nothing, you just don't let, means nothing to you, you just let it be. So I'm asking you the same, that, well, now you've sent this to Mr. Matala. Why did you not just let it be? Why did you think it was important to call him and tell him, oh, I sent it by mistake? If we accept that's what you did, that's what your call was about.
I'm saying, Commissioners, I told him that this was sent by mistake. It was not intended to him because me, General Khumalo, we were supposed to meet to come and present this source, Commissioner.
Okay.
I don't have any other better answer than the one
All
I'm
right.
giving to you,
Okay,
Commissioner.
I accept that's your best answer.
It's 11:29.
I don't think you should start another point. It's 29 minutes past. Let's adjourn and come back at
Thank you,
quarter
Chair.
to 12.
Chair. General, we were dealing with page 49. And on page 49, after this screenshot that you sent, Mr. Matlala, with your communication with General Khumalo, you sent him a message saying, "Good afternoon, my brother. I will be arriving at the place at about 5 o'clock. Would that have been what you say is the usual place, Menlyn, Maine?"
Correct, Commissioners.
And then he responds to say, "Okay, thanks. I've arranged with them anyway." Do you know who the them was?
Is the people working there just to open for me? I must wait for him. He has a penthouse there, just to wait for him there.
So what was your purpose of meeting on 26 April?
26 April. I just want to check, Commissioners, what day of the week was it? It was a Saturday. Yeah, it was a Saturday. So we were going to meet just for a casual meeting and chatting things under general in the meeting.
So you were engaging with him socially?
On a social basis, correct.
Okay. Thanks. The remainder of the chats, we dealt with 13 May and some of the dates just before 13 May. Chair, I'm not going to go through it again. There's more in there. It's more on the variations of a theme. I don't think we need to go there, but I'm happy to, if the commissioners have questions.
As I said so quite early on, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we do, however, need to return to the beginning of the chats because there's something that needs to be dealt with that is quite important. So, General, the page I'd like to take you to is page 10. Okay, at the top of page 10, it actually starts on page 9. You'll see it's a message from you. And you say to Mr. Matlala, "I will be in Pretoria next week. I request that if things are favorable, let's finalize the contract for those guys who assisted us." You see that?
I see, Commissioners.
Okay, so what are you talking about here? Let's start bit by bit. Who are those guys who assisted you and Mr. Matlala?
Commissioners, I just want to check this message. Let me go there.
That's on page 9, General. So you'll see the sender, bottom of page 9, and then it continues on to page 10.
Yes. Thank you very much, Commissioner. On this one, I assume, if my recollection is well, that it was in line with the third party who whereas assisting him, whom I have referred to talk to him in relation to the thing of the risk management. If you look at page 3 at the bottom, when he was talking about the project, when I responded yesterday, it should be the very same people who have assisted. The language might be us, but it's him in the real perspective.
So you're saying that those guys are who again? It's the
A
purpose
third party.
a third party assisting with risk assessment.
Correct.
It's more than one person.
Yes.
And when you use the word us, you actually mean you.
You know, I'm saying in the right context, it's him, not me. We commissioners, sometimes when we talk, we happen to use not that English that is in the books, but it is not us per se, as both of us, but it is him in his contract in relation to the risk assessment.
I want to ask you to think about that a bit more, because you sent that message to him at 1957. He responds to you at 2003. So very soon after you sent him this message, 6 minutes later, he sends you this screenshot. Right?
Correct?
And what is that screenshot a picture of?
It's a computerized screenshot.
Depicting what?
It's written SAPS on top, and then it talks about infrastructure, external data, what. Errors found on data set. Yeah, it's a computerized screenshot.
Yes. Do you recognize this? Have you seen this kind of screenshot before?
Where?
It's a SAPS computer system, isn't it?
I saw it when he sent me, the very same one.
You saw it when he sent it to you?
Yes.
Right. And this is a screenshot of an internal SAPS software. It's a computer screen.
Correct?
Yes. And it relates to information concerning his contract.
I won't know what is related to which or what. I don't know. It doesn't say this is related to Medicare 24.
Right. It just, it has numbers. It has sort of, I suppose, reference number. And it says invoices to be uploaded.
Let me check. Where is that? I'm not finding that. That what you say invoice to be uploaded?
You see, it says end of report.
Yeah.
Between tram lines, just above that.
On the right-hand side, General, just above end of report, right-hand side.
Oh, yes, I see it, Commissioners.
It says invoices to be uploaded.
Yes, Commissioners.
So this is an internal finance screenshot, isn't it? It's a screen of finance department software and information.
It looks like that, because I don't normally work with finances, but it looks like that.
Well, when you can see it says South African Police Service at the top, and then infrastructure, external data retrieval, etc., etc. So it's a job card or an entry. It was a search that it seems someone had done, and it came up with this.
When I look at it, Commissioners, first thing I must put it on, Robert, I don't work with finances. I'm unable to explain it, what exactly it is and what it is doing. But when you show me that thing, invoices to be uploaded, in my mind it tells me that someone was supposed to be paid. That is what comes into my mind. Someone was supposed to be paid. When you look at this thing that is written, invoices to be uploaded.
Yes, but it's an internal SAPS. It's it could be finance or supply chain management department, this information. Why did he send this to you?
I do not know why, but as I indicated yesterday, later far in front there, in my other messages, as I've testified yesterday, I think Tuesday, that he did tell me about his challenges of not receiving his payments.
Yes.
And I don't know why he sent this to me and then how he get hold of it, because I also tried to check here the police emblem that I don't see it here, but I see it is written there, South African Police Service.
Okay, so he sent you this. Do you dispute that this is an internal SAPS information? Do you dispute that?
It can be purported to be, because these things people sometimes they reproduce.
Sorry, you say that again?
It can be purported to be.
I'm not following. You're saying it may not be.
It can be, it cannot be. So I don't want to say I dispute or I agree. It can be or it cannot be, but this is what he sent.
Okay, so he sent you this, and he says, let me know when you're around. So what did you ask him, what is this?
As I'm saying, later he indicated to me about his challenges, but I don't think I asked him what is this for.
You didn't ask him?
I don't think I asked him.
And you didn't ask him where he received this from? Did it not occur to you at the time? I mean, it's apparent to anyone who looks at it that it's an SAPS internal information, and it's a screenshot.
I don't think I asked him, but I believe if he's called here, he will be able to come and say where he got it, what is this thing, is it authentic SAPS document, or did somebody reproduce it, or what, I don't know, but he will have to come and testify.
Did you report this to anybody within finance or supply chain management to say, I'm getting this thing, it looks like it might be an internal SAPS finance information, contractual information, and you might have a leak? Did you report this to anybody?
No, I didn't report it.
Why not?
It never crossed my mind to report it.
Why not? When you see this, did it not make you think,
it
what
never
is this?
crossed my mind to report it, commissioners.
So you sat with this and did nothing?
I didn't report it, commissioners.
And when you spoke to him, Mr. Matlala, after this, what was the conversation? Did he talk to you about why he sent this to you?
He never told me why he sent it to me, but he told me about his challenges of delayed payment and those orders there around, I think, February, March, around there. I will have to check properly the dates here, but I don't know the exact dates, but he did inform me about his challenges of payments, delayed payments.
Yes.
Yeah, but I've never cross-questioned him about this.
So when he told you about his challenges on delayed payments, he just didn't talk to you about this? He just sent this to you without any conversation?
I believe, I'm saying we never discussed this document, me and him.
I don't believe that you are, again, being open and honest with the Commission. This is an internal screenshot of a computer screen to which only people in finance and supply chain management would have access. a private citizen, someone obviously took this this screenshot and sent it to Mr. Madlanga. And the reason he sent it to you is for assistance on dealing with his payment of his invoices. As you say, he was talking to you about it, and he was seeking your assistance. What's your comment on that?
He never asked my assistant commissioners.
I'm also say to you that, again, in the person of your position and with your responsibilities, you should have reported this to the relevant person in either finance or supply chain management in head office.
I believe that is the advocate's view, but I didn't report it.
Now, I know the fact that you didn't report it. Do you accept that you should have reported it?
For me, it didn't make any sense. That's why I didn't even discuss it with him and everything, as I've indicated.
I'll maintain what I'm saying. I think you're not being completely open with the Commission.
Come again?
So I'll maintain what I said earlier, that you're just not being open with the Commission about this screenshot and what its meaning is.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Yes.
Are you moving off this page 40?
Yes.
Or 10 rather, page 10. General, that WhatsApp message at the top where you say, I will be in Pretoria next week, I request that if things are favorable, let's finalize the contract for those guys who assisted us. You say, you say that the guys you are referring to are the risk assessment people that
Correct, Commissioner.
that you gave him to speak to.
Correct, Commissioner.
So did I then mishear your evidence yesterday or misunderstand it yesterday when I think you said all you did was just to give him the names, and what he did with them you don't know? I thought that was your evidence yesterday.
I said I referred him to people who knows these things of security risk management,
Yes.
so that he must continue to deal with that.
Yes, and you had no further involvement.
I said whatever emanated from there, I didn't further ask him about. But this WhatsApp reminded me that when I asked him that did he finalize the contract of those guys, I was referring to the very same people, just inquiring, Commissioner.
So you got involved in discussions with Mr. Madlanga about contracts for these risk assessment people. You didn't just give him names and carried on with your life and don't know what he did with them.
As I indicated, Commissioners, yesterday, in that we were talking under general, then I brought this topic of risk assessment. Then I've recommended this third-party person, people to do it, because I was of the view that he's going to call them, they must do a presentation and then do that. And then that is why I was asking him here about whether did he finalize the contract, meaning that in my context that they met and did what they were supposed to do, did they finalize their work with him in relation to his security company, Commissioner.
So you knew that he's dealt with these, he's been talking to them, they're talking about contracts. What I'm trying to establish from you is, after you gave him the names, what was your further involvement with this referral? Because the impression you created yesterday, and until you see this WhatsApp message, the impression that you have created to us, in my recollection of your evidence, is all you did was you just gave him the names of these people, and then that was your only involvement in it. When he says to you, I have met with a guy, you remember there were emails, WhatsApps, where he says, I've met with a guy, we asked you, what is this about? You said, I assumed he meant the risk assessment people, I don't know. So you gave us the impression yesterday in your evidence that you just gave him the names, and that was the end of your involvement. Now we have a WhatsApp before us where you're now talking about contracts. Maybe take us, tell us more. What, in fact, was the extent of your involvement with Mr. Madlanga and the people that you say you referred him to for risk assessment.
Commissioners, here I was just making a follow-up. I
Yes.
didn't participate in the entire process. I was making a follow-up about the finalization of that contract. But it's not a contract that I am a partner to it or whatever. I was making a follow-up whether that contract, it's just that maybe I utilized my English wrongfully when I say us.
No, I'm not at us yet.
Yes, yes.
I'm still at the contract because I would like to know, how did you know as at the 15th of January 2025, how did you know that they haven't finalized the contract unless you were involved in whatever was going on? Why would you know that? It's not your business. It's Mr. Matlala's business, according to you, that you're referring him for risk assessment. How and why would you know that there's a contract that must still be completed between them, that must be finalized?
Commissioners, I'm saying I was making a follow-up.
Yes.
Yes. It is
To
not
finalize the
I
contract.
was making a follow-up if he did finalize that contract. It is unfortunate that I utilized the word us. But I was making a follow-up.
You are requesting him, General. You're not asking for an update. It's not an update you're asking for. And please don't say unfortunate use of language, of English. No, it won't work. You're not asking for an update. You say you request that we finalize the contract. So you know the contract is not yet finalized. And how do you know that the contract is not finalized unless you are much more involved with this than you testified yesterday, or the impression you created yesterday? You knew the contract is not finalized.
As I've indicated, Commissioners, I wanted to know if this contract was finalized, because when we talked that time, he agreed to engage with them. He agreed to engage with those third parties. Hence, I didn't participate. Then I was asking him if this contract, he did finalize it, because the contract is a question of whether did they come, did they give him the thing, did he finalize it? I was checking if he did finalize it.
Okay. General, that can't be, and you know it's not. Your language is very clear. I request that if things are favorable, let's finalize the contract. You know that's not a request. That's not a request for an update. It's not an inquiry. You know as you sit there that, in fact, what this is you're asking Mr. Matlala, let's complete this contract. Let's do what is necessary to finalize it. You know that. And please accept that we also know what the English language you have used here means, because otherwise it's as if you're taking us for fools. You know, you tell us what you want, and then we're not reading the same text. In this text, you say, I request that we finalize the contract. And it says exactly that. So that's what it says, and I'm not asking you for comment further about it. That's what it says. It's language, it's clear. You're asking him to finalize the contract. That's one. Two, you say, for those guys who assisted us. So by now you have received, you know that Mr. Matlala has received assistance, whether it's his company or both your company, but you know from this text that assistance has been provided. So you further evidence that you are much more intimately involved with whoever you are referring to here, the third party, the guys that you are referring to. You have insight. They assisted us. It's not a slip of the English language. It's a fact you are stating, the guys who assisted us. So you are much more involved than you've let on to us. Lastly, the us, it's not a slip of the English language. It's not sometimes we speak us. You're speaking about something that you and Mr. Madlanga are involved with these guys who have assisted you and that you need to finalize the contract. That's what this text is. And please do not say to us things that suggest you think I think we've all done English, at least up to matric. And this is simple English. There's no difficult words that require a dictionary. Your text is clear. I request that if things are favorable, let's finalize the contract for those guys who assisted. And then us, you and Mr. Madlanga and whoever else you are referring to. That's what it is.
And just one last point. Remember your earlier discussion with Mr. Madlanga.
Do you wish to comment on this, General?
I was advised not to comment, and I'll take it.
No, I did not ask you not to comment. I just don't expect you to have a comment.
Thank you.
You can comment if you want to.
I take that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I was just reminding you, your earlier discussion with Mr. Madlanga on page 3, it can't also be a slip of a tongue because he says to you, our project, meaning yours and his project. So it can be that both of you don't understand what us and I and me and we mean. Surely it cannot be. Your response to him is to thank him. Your response is not, I don't know what you're talking about. Your response is to say thank you. Want to comment or simply accept that that's what the text says?
I don't want to comment because our context of the text are not the same. That is all. I rather remain silent on this one. I don't want to answer.
Well, the context will be the same because according to you, yesterday you said at page 2 when you were asked about the guy that I met very late, couldn't even notify you, I'm coming back again tomorrow, though he needs to give me feedback. You said that was the guys you referred him to for risk assessment. That's at page 2. That's what you said. It's the guys for risk assessment. And then at page 3 that Commissioner Khumalo is referring you to, where you say where he says, the guy I went to see really helped. I will tell you whenever you back this site. Monday, I'm starting with our project. Nothing is disturbing me anymore. You said that's the risk assessment. So, and then now, at page 10, you say it is the risk assessment. So you're talking, according to you, you're talking about the same people. So the context is not different at all. And Commissioner Khumalo is correct to say, well, your explanation yesterday that the hour at page 3 could not have been referring to a project that you are involved with, when you look at that and then you look at this page 10 where there's a reference to us, it's clear what it clarifies is you are involved with Mr. Madlanga, whoever else is involved, we don't know, but certainly with Mr. Madlanga. You are involved in a common activity, whatever that common activity is. You tell us that common activity is the risk assessment, but we know from this it's a common activity by the use of plural. And we know from you that all these WhatsApps from page 2, 3, and 10 are about risk assessment. So it's exactly the same context and exactly the same story. Thank you.
Commissioner, General, before you respond, I just want to say that your own version, you now say that the context, your response is very curt in response to the question by Commissioner Beloy, which is to say the context is different, and you leave it at that. But in paragraph 38 of your statement, you put those communications together. You say all of them about the same thing. So you say that yourself in your statement. So I just wanted to point that out to you before you respond to Commissioner Baloy, but you may respond to her.
I don't have a response on this matter.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I do not have a response on this matter.
You don't have a response?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm moving off from that.
You may. Thank you.
Okay, last thing before we leave the chats, and that concerns the relationship between Mr. Matlala and your son and the assistance that he provides. Now I need to I moved off it. I need to just find the page again. If you bear with me. Yes, page 7. In the middle of the page, you send a message to Mr. Matlala. And you say to him, "Good afternoon, brother. Did you meet with Tato?" And he responds, "Tomorrow. I'm waiting for offer to purchase first." Why were you asking him about meeting with Tato?
It is because he did inform me earlier in our telephone conversation that he's looking for Tato. He can't get hold of him. So when they met this, let me just go to the what you call. I'll tell you now. Page 7.
Yeah, page 7.
Have you found the chats?
Correct, Commissioner.
Yeah.
I did.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sim?
So, do you want to answer the question?
Can you repeat it, please?
You asking him, did you meet with Tato? He says to you, "Tomorrow, I'm waiting for offer to purchase first." You indicate in your usual way, "Thank you." And my question is about this conversation you're having and about the broader relationship between you, your son, and Mr. Matlala. So, what was this conversation about between you and him and the offer to purchase?
Look, I believe that he was updating me about what they are doing with my son, because when I asked him, "Did you meet with Tato?" Remember, I testified on Tuesday that at some stages he asked me if I know Tato Senon. I explained, and then he explored to me in relation to the business that him and my son were starting to engage on, and then I was very much happy with that. And eventually, if he doesn't get Tato, he will always come to me and say, "Inform Tato to call me." It's not, he never said, "Do this and this and this for Tato," but inform Tato to call me. They call, sometimes they meet. I was just checking if they met because I knew they were supposed to meet to do their own business.
So why did he say to you, "I'm waiting for offer to purchase first"? If it was not part of your business, it was just something simply between Mr. Matlala and your son, what would you know about an offer to purchase?
It doesn't need any rocket science. If a person is doing a business with your son, for him, if he decides to inform you about the progress of the project, sorry, I'm saying project, if he decides to inform you about what exactly is happening and where, it is good. But the questions that I'm required to answer here is it's him. Why did he decide to do so? But I am saying I believe that he was updating me about what was happening regarding the business between him and my son.
Okay.
And then when you want my son, if he can't get hold of him, I'll get my son and say, please call Mr. Madlala is looking for you. Not going into details of their business.
Okay, so but you are facilitating the relationship between Mr. Madlala and your son.
I vehemently deny that. I'm not facilitating. Is a parent who is being informed about the progress of a business venture that his or her son is doing with another business person.
He was keeping you updated as a parent.
Absolutely true.
And it was necessary for him to keep doing this. So you were aware of, because he was updating you, you were aware of these engagements between him and your son.
He will update me as and when he deems it fit, but he was not obliged to.
And then if you go to page 16, in fact, it starts on page 15.
Yes.
And it's immediately after the video clip.
Yes.
On 6 February. So it's on the same day as that video clip. Remember, the video clip was of the person saying that we're going to cancel a contract with non-performance by the service provider.
Commissioners, I think the issue of the video clip, we will still have to come to that. Maybe if we can finalize this humble request before we go to the video clip, because it will be my request that it must be played again, that video clip that we were provided with on, I think it's the first day or second day.
So I'm not going to the video clip. The point of my question is not, I'm just saying it's below the video clip.
But I think the point is fair, that the general, once the video clip played again, he was asked questions about it, and then we stopped at midway for the general to view the video overnight. I'm not saying that must be done now.
Oh, okay.
But all I'm saying is the point is fair, that at some point that should be done.
Fair enough.
Is that fair, General?
Correct, Commissioners. Thank you.
So then if we can get back to where I was. So on this, he sends you that video clip, and then he sends you this, again, it appears to be screenshots of a conversation with somebody from an estate agency about an offer to purchase. It goes on for a few pages. If you just page through.
Page 17?
You can, it
Because
starts.
you said page 2. I had
Page through. I said you can page through it, because
Thank
it
you.
starts bottom of 15, it goes 16, 17, offer to purchase, 18, picture of a 2-bedroom flat in Menlyn. Is this the same building where you meet?
No.
And then on page 19, after sending you all of this, you say thank you.
Correct, Commissioners.
Right, so you're saying he's just keeping you abreast of his dealings with your son?
Yes, because after he sent this to me, I'm not sure he sent it to me first or to Tato first, but he sent it to both of us, which is that he was updating me, happily updating me. I took it, he was updating me about the progress they are making with my son, of which it is not me who demanded the update. Thank you, Commissioners.
I'll tell you what it seems like from the context of all of these chats, and I'll allow you to comment. When you read the communications about those guys, the contract assisting us, his messages to you about the screenshot, for example, invoices to be uploaded, what you're saying about he's got problems getting paid, he's seeking assistance from you, from others, we've gone through that already. All of that is in order for him to get progress on payment on his contract. And that's not entirely disconnected from him, from his ability to continue doing business with your son. I'm saying that to do business with your son and to assist your son on purchase of property, he needs to be paid. And that's why he was having these conversations with you about payment of the contract.
I'm not sure that I follow the connection with the purchase of the property. I get this about the assistance and so on, the meeting with General
Yes.
Mkwanazi and so on. I don't know how the issue of the purchase of the property gets woven into all of that. I'm not saying there is no way.
Okay, Chair, I was trying to
that
shortcut
that
through
may
it.
be done, but I just don't get how you...
Through it because of time. There's a whole lot more sort of WhatsApp chat between the son and Mr. Matlala, which the witness would have seen.
You see, the difficulty is the general may also be, I'm not answering on his behalf. If I'm confused,
Yes.
one cannot discount the possibility that the general may also be confused.
Well, maybe not. Let me not make any speculation. Let me simply ask a question and the general can answer it.
Yes.
And that is whether there is any connection. Thank you, Chair. Is there any connection between the engagement between your son and Mr. Matlala and the contract that he is seeking your assistance on for payment?
There is totally no connection, Commissioners.
And when, knowing that he is assisting your son, and I know that, Chair, this is something we went through a little bit earlier. I'm not going to dwell on it very long, but I must put it to the witness. Given what you said about taking distance from Mr. Matlala and your concern, did you alert your son to be wary of getting into business deals with Mr. Matlala?
The 5th of March, Commissioners, when the issue of being wary, by then, by the 5th, before the 5th of March, if my recollection is well, I want to check the WhatsApp between my son and Mr. Matlala, because if she can assist me to look into where is that, those WhatsApp. Because as I've testified, this deal never went through, and then I've employed the commission to ask people to go double check. Since then, when this thing was stopped, my son and Mr. Matlala never communicated anymore. They never spoke, and he never updated me with any other thing.
So since when?
I'm looking for dates. I want to check. I want my son's WhatsApp messages with him. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes,
The last communication between Mr. Matlala and my son, I think it was 3 March.
3 March.
3 March.
Before the critical 5th of March.
Before the critical 5th of March. Then that was it.
Oh, okay. So you're saying they cut off ties? He cut off ties?
They never communicated any further, because I believe the issue of the business venture didn't go through. As I indicated, that currently my son is doing something else over and above the other things that he did before with other business persons. And I must emphasize there's no connection of this business venture of my son and my relationship with Mr. Matlala.
General, so you say this transaction didn't go through, this attempt to buy an apartment?
Correct, Commissioner.
This is the only business that they tried to do together. There was no other one that they
The best
tried.
of my recollection, Commissioner, yes.
This is the only one.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And they were buying an apartment together? Or
Yes.
did they have a company that was going to be buying the property, or you have these two individuals, Mr. Madlanga and Mr. Tato Sinona, as individuals buying this apartment?
When I look at these documents here, he wanted the FICA, at one stage he requested the FICA documents of my son, but how were they going to buy it, register in which company or whatever? I don't have knowledge of that. I can't assist the commissioners with that.
All right. Maybe let me ask more clearly. What I'm trying to find out is, did they ever have a company together, to your knowledge?
No, Commissioners.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I, General, just ask you a few questions? Let's start on page 7 of this.
Same bundle, page 47.
Page?
Sorry, 7, not 47. The impression you created was that it was Ket Matlala who asked you if you know Tato Sinona. But when I look at the WhatsApp text, 9 January 2025 at 17:39, it looks like it is you who is asking Ket Matlala whether he met Tato, your son.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. So where does Ket ask you if you know Tato Sinona?
I testified on Tuesday, Commissioners, that in the latter part of 2024, I can't recall the exact date when he was asking me about my son, not here in January, Commissioners.
And what business do you say they were doing together in the latter part of 2024?
They were discussing this business. He asked me, let me just repeat what I said, Commissioners. Do you know Tato Sinona? Yes, he's my son. What about him? We were talking. No, we are trying to do business in terms of property, in a property business. I said, oh, okay, you're doing business with my son. I'm happy. Congratulations. There was no WhatsApp talkings and everything with relation to that because we were together, me and Mr. Madlanga.
So they were going to buy an apartment. That's the business.
He said business in property, and as things are unfolding, and they were sending these things to me, and then they were buying an apartment.
And then just for completeness on page 11, remember on page 10, we've already been through it. You had with the people who assisted us. And then on page 11, you are having the conversation with Mr. Matlala. You tell him that you are around Pretoria. And then he says to you, the second last WhatsApp, afternoon, Duna. Can you please, Tato, to send me his FICA documents? I sent a message and called. He's not responding. So that's the WhatsApp you're referring to, about the FICA documents.
Correct.
Okay. And then later on page 18, if we start on page 16, 17, 18, we can see that it was Mr. Matlala who was going to pay for this property. I think that much is clear from the WhatsApp on page 18, right?
I see here they are talking.
Because he's talking to the agent, and the agent says on the OTP under point number 34, can you state how you want to make payment? Do you see that?
I see that.
Yes. So from this, it's quite clear that it was Mr. Matlala who was going to make payment for this apartment.
I I see here they were asking him, how do you want to make payment?
Yes.
But I don't know. I can't say yes or no, or what was their arrangements there, Commissioners.
But that's what it looks like from this
It looks like, but I can't say that it is, Commissioner.
Yes. Because it leaves me with the impression that Mr. Matlala, the whole arrangement was about Mr. Matlala purchasing an apartment for your son. If you don't know, you don't know. If you care to comment, you can comment about that.
Commissioner, my son is a business person. Whatever he wants to do to get money legally so to support his family, I'm happy with that as a parent. Thank you, Commissioners.
You're not answering my question. My question is, it looks from these documents that Mr. Matlala was going to purchase the apartment for your son.
For me,
Sorry, my mic was off. Let me try and repeat. I was focusing on you and forgot about the mic. It looks from these documents that Mr. Matlala was going to purchase an apartment for your son. That's what it looks like.
maybe when Mr. Matlala is here, we'll respond to that. I can't respond to this. Thank you, Commissioners. But all I know, it was a venture, joint venture.
General, from what we have seen, Mr. Matlala appears to be a man involved in business or businesses on a large scale. You even see a contract of 360 million rand with SAPS, and there's mention of him also participating in the Tembisa contract. And he also has the CAT VIP protection services, and perhaps one could go on, I don't know. Serious businessman on a large scale. It looks very odd to me that he would have wanted to go on a business venture with your son for a single apartment. How much were they going to make out of that, sharing that between the two of them? It looks very odd to me. I would understand, we are actually shown a picture of the block of apartments at the bottom of page 18. I would understand if they were buying that block of apartments. But I don't know, the extent in monetary terms of your son's business or businesses. So I will not go there. I'll just talk about Mr. Matlala, to whom we've been exposed. Does it not look odd to you?
For me, it never looked odd, Commissioners. I was happy that my son will get income to support his family. He stays at his house. He's 33 years of age. He's got a wife and his 3 kids. I was happy that if my son does whatever he does that can put food on the table, as long as it's within the law, I'm happy with that. I don't know, the Commissioner is talking about why they don't buy a bulk of flats. So I don't know the nitty-gritties.
No. I'm not saying why. I'm not really making that point. My point is more. Why would they go on a business venture just for this one apartment? As I say, I know nothing about your son, the extent of the businesses and the monetary value and so on. But we've been exposed to Mr. Matlala. And I'm saying, perhaps let's just look at Mr. Matlala. What would the interest of Mr. Matlala be in going on a business venture with somebody to buy just one apartment? Yes, I do see that it says this luxurious 2-bedroom apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment nohal. But it just doesn't make, it looks very odd to me that Mr. Matlala would have been interested in such a business venture. What's your comment?
I've taken note of what the Commissioner is saying. My comment is that I was happy that my son is getting a business that will enable him to support his family. the issue of oddness, me, I was happy that my son is getting work, because my son is in this business. He registered his company. He never worked anywhere other than registering his own company, trying to look for work there, look for work there, look for work there. When Mr. Matlala asked me about him, that this one of mine is him who went there to propose. And then I said, yeah, it's my son, and they continued. I mean, I've never said and said this is how it must be done and everything. It is just that him, Mr. Matlala, will inform me about certain progresses. And then he will tell me if he doesn't find Tato. Then at some stages he'll say, I message, I call, I don't find him. Then he says, he called, it's fine. So why he decided to do that, Mr. Matlala, with my son to buy this one apartment there, I do not know, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Well, General, there is the, and I really am not asking, this first part at least, I'm not asking a question, but just making the observation, firstly, that, you know, there's this oddity that it is your son that Mr. Matlala does business with. Mr. Matlala is your friend, is your brother, and yet he's never met Tato. He meets him randomly on your account. It has nothing to do with you. He comes to you and asks you, do you know Tato Sinona? When in fact you've described him as closely as you have. He's your brother. It's quite strange that he wouldn't know that you have a son called Tato, but I do no more than mention it. But more importantly, at page 7, that WhatsApp message, you're the one that starts. Mr. Matlala has not asked you anything about Tato up to that point. You're the one that says, did you meet with Tato? On its face of it, first, certainly on its face, you have had a discussion with Mr. Matlala about Tato. On the face of this WhatsApp message at page 7 on the 9th of January. And this is really, when you talk about a follow-up, where you're asking for information, this is the one. You knew they were supposed to meet. So we know you do discuss Tato with Mr. Matlala. So on the 9th at 1739, you say, did you meet with Tato? This is you initiating on the face of it. Well, if not initiating, you are confirming an earlier conversation about Tato. Now you want to know, have they met? And then he says, tomorrow. And then he says, I'm waiting for offer to purchase first. You don't ask, what are you talking about? And I hear you when you say, Tato is 33, he's got his own company, he runs his business. And I accept that part. But strangely, Mr. Matlala thinks you know about this purchase, even though Tato is a 33-year-old married man who's running his own business. Mr. Matlala says to you, I'm waiting for the offer to purchase first, so you know something about it. You don't say, what are you talking about, which I think one can infer. You know that they're buying an apartment and where things are at that point. And then when you then go to page 11, that WhatsApp message where he says, can you please, Tato, send me his FICA documents? I sent a message and called, he's not responding. Again, it's quite odd that Mr. Matlala would, through you, would make you a conduit about a business. His business between him and Tato, it has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with you. But Mr. Matlala says, sends you basically, effectively, says to you, get Tato to send me his FICA documents. That's another oddity. And on the face of it, it suggests that, in fact, the business transaction is between you and Mr. Matlala, and Tato is brought in the middle of it to assist in that he becomes your proxy in that transaction. And I think one has to be fair to you and put that impression to you so that you can comment. So just to make sure that you understand what I'm saying, that you first say, have you met with Tato? There's nothing before that between you and Mr. Matala that makes this message make sense. So we have to fill in the gaps. And the gap that I'm proposing is to be filled in is you've been talking to Mr. Matala about a transaction that he will be doing with Tato. You have been talking to him. So now you want to know, have they met? Mr. Matala says to you, tomorrow, I'm waiting to get the OTP first. It doesn't give you a story about the transaction. This is what I'm doing with Tato. So you know what OTP is talking about, but it's not your business, you tell us. It's of a 33-year-old son. He has no business discussing it with you unless you're involved with it. So the impression it creates is that, well, you know about this transaction. And then at page 11, he says, tell him to send me his FICA documents. The impression it creates to me, and I may be wrong about it, the impression it creates to me is that you are, in fact, the one that Mr. Matala and Tato were buying an apartment for, or in relation to. You were the real beneficiary of it. And Tato would have been a proxy in this transaction. That's the impression I get, and I may be wrong. You may comment if you want to.
Thank you, Commissioners. The analogy is incorrect. I am not the proxy. They were doing business. I testified, Commissioner, that in the latter part of the year, it is unfortunate there are no WhatsApp or whatever communications there. The Commission is only having these ones that were extracted from the phone of Mr. Matlala. But Tato, my son, is the one who approached him, Mr. Matlala. Mina, I was happy that my son will be able to make some means for him to support his family. I know what is happening in businesses. Sometimes the business blooms, sometimes goes down. So I was very happy. Once it goes down, as a son, he will say, Papa, I'm asking for money to buy Millimil. But I was a happy father. And then there's nothing of such a nature that I was, Tato is a conduit to me to benefit from that property. If I was the one who's benefiting, I wanted that property, it would have maybe been, you would see in the messages here that maybe I talk about it and pressurize him to buy the property and so forth. I knew they were buying property because when he asked me about my son, he said my son approached him, he wanted to have a business venture into properties.
Thank you, General.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Commissioners.
Thanks. Chair, I'm going to leave the WhatsApp chats entirely now. There's one more topic that we need to cover that emerges from the statement of the witness, and that's the Port Shepstone drug bust issue.
Commissioners.
Yes, General.
I have a request, Commissioners.
Yes, General.
My humble request is that before we go there, it's totally a new topic if we're closing here. My humble request, Commissioners, is that can we deal with the video, because the video talks to the charts. Then when we close, we know we're no more going there. We're going to deal with the thing.
That's logical. That's logical, yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. If my request, if I may address the Commissioners, is that I want the video to be played again, because I was asked questions. Mm-hmm. I was told that you take a document with a police emblem. A document with a police emblem is sent to you by a private person where it was in a meeting. I received that clip. I went through it over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. Therefore, it's my humble request that it be played again.
Yes, General. Can it be found and played, please? Sorry. In general, will you be asking that it be paused, or do you want it to be played from beginning to the end without any stops?
I will be asking that it be paused, Commissioners.
All right, all right. You'll say when then. Thank you.
Correct, Commissioners.
Sorry, struggling. Should we? I see it's 8 minutes. I thought you were mouthing 5 minutes. Did I get that correctly? Then, if it's 5 minutes, that will bring us something like what? A couple of minutes before 1. Perhaps let's just adjourn for lunch. Then, is that fine? And when we come back at 2, then you should be ready. Is that fine? General?
Commissioners?
It seems they're struggling to, I don't know whether to find or to play it. So I'm suggesting that perhaps we just adjourn for lunch and start playing it at 2 o'clock.
I'm at your mercy, Commissioners. I'm
Yes.
fine with it. Thank you.
Let us adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Thanks, Chair.
Ready to start. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think we're ready to play the video.
Are ready to take the keys to the college on the 4th. So by Monday, if we haven't received anything, we close. We'll rather send members that are short, and that process of the non-performance by the service provider, that process I already directed that it must start. So
Yes, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. My files have just developed some legs. Maybe they're still coming. My files. Yeah, but I've taken note of the clip. I also listened to it, but I will request that it be played, and then where there is that blocks of numbers and everything, then we just pause it there and zoom a little bit.
Who took General Sinona's files? Oh, I'm told somebody is fetching them, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, Commissioners, if they can zoom this one. I'm not sure if the Commissioners are able to see.
Yes, we do have it in front of us, General.
May I proceed, Commissioners?
Sorry, General? Oh, yes, please, yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. When you look at this document and you zoom deeper onto it, it does not depict a date on it, on the very same clip that has been played here. One would realize that this is a recording of a laptop screen. You can see on the what you call. What is significant to note, Commissioners, is that this is a virtual meeting. When you look there on the top, what is it called, toolbar or what? And also, it is unknown whose meeting is this. For example, whether is it the SAPS meeting that is convened by SAPS, or whether this meeting is convened by service provider. And it does not speak about termination, Commissioners. It speaks about non-performance. It is difficult to confirm what is this meeting really about from the beginning until to the end, because this clip is very short. Commissioners, attendees of these meetings are indicated there on top. If you see on the far left on top, there is initials LN. We don't know who is that. But number 2, I'm going to jump it now. I'll come back to it. It's TE, MG, GS, and so on. But number 2, Commissioners, if you zoom it correctly, you'll see that that number 2 from the LN, it is a logo of Medicare 24. Commissioner, I went and zoomed it properly and checked. I can display it like this on my phone. After I received this, I couldn't be able to play it.
May we have that, please?
Yes, I can. Yeah, let me screenshot. Okay.
Is it only the 24 showing on there, or is it, I don't think it's the whole thing, not what's above, but what's within the circle?
There is the circle and everything, Commissioner, if you zoom it. If he can bring the phone, I'll open something to show the Commissioner.
Okay. I think I've seen everything you may explain. Yeah, I think I will follow when you explain, yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, thank you.
Now,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Have you seen it, Ms. Mafisa, or would you also want to see it?
Chairperson, I've seen it.
Oh, you've
Thank
seen
you.
it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
thank you, Commissioners.
Yes, General.
Actually, attendees of the meeting, it is the others are shown by initials. We don't know exactly who is who, and as well as the convener. When you look at the number 2, that where there is 24, you look at those lines, that circle like this, it depicts exactly the logo of what I've just presented before the commissioners. Commissioners, when you look at it, there is no SAPS logo on it. Now, what I want to say, Commissioners, is that I was lambasted that I have received this document that was an internal police meeting that I knew and then I should have done something about it. I think one of the commissioners, as well as the evidence leader, emphasized vigorously that there was a police logo on this, on I think it's Tuesday, if my memory serves me well. And for me, without analyzing properly, this is extremely misleading because there is no indication that this is an internal SAPS meeting. Commissioner, to conclude this, you can see that Medicare 24 was a participant here. What we can't determine is who was the convener of this meeting. And a picture was painted in that General Sedona received a sensitive police information from Mr. Matlala and decided to do nothing about it. And this information is about the termination of the Medicare contract, as well as that it has a Polish logo on it. And when we went after we've received it, by the way, it's one of the things that we were able to open through the assistance of the commissioner. And then we went and looked into this. It leaves much to be desired for in relations of the evidence. Sometimes when it is presented before the commission against people, it has a serious negative impact. So I'm very much thankful to be given this opportunity to go and look at this document so that whatever I'm seeing there, I must come and advise the commissioners. This is what I'm seeing, this is what it is there. And we don't even know who is talking on that platform because there's a voice of a human being that is talking on these recordings. I submit.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the observations, General. But one thing I wish to comment on is that unless you point to something specific, there is no basis for then saying the evidence that's being laid before this commission leaves too much to be desired. So, yes, you've made your point with regard to the video, but there is no basis for you to be general about your observations. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner. I apologize for that.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Hassim, do you wish to say anything? Ms. Mafisa, do you wish to say anything? I'm sorry.
No, I'm
I think
okay.
he has made, the General has made the point.
Yes, I'm okay. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Mafisa.
Yes. General, I just want to check with you. Did you get witness X's statement? Was it given to you?
I believe so.
Yes, because the point you are raising, it's paragraph 33 of witness X's statement. And all that is said there, I'm going to read it for you. On 6 February 2025, Mr. Matlala sends Senona a video clip which appears to be a secret recording of an internal audit meeting within SAPS, in which the speaker is heard to say that the non-performance process has started. It sounds to me that the voice belongs to General Nkua. The contract in question appears to be that of Mr. Matlala's company, Medicare 24 Tshwane. Mr. Matlala is the shareholder of this company. So that is the evidence that was laid before this commission. And you've heard that statement, so you should have had no difficulty responding to that allegation.
The clip, Commissioner, the difficulty is that the clip couldn't open. You can't only rely on the statement, whereas they're talking about the clip. That's my submission, Commissioners.
Yes, Ms. Hassim?
Chair, I asked my questions yesterday on this, and I'm satisfied. I don't need to go any further. Thank you.
Yes. I'm inviting you to proceed with
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, General. Can we, I think now what we'll do is use file 2 of 3. That's the file we'll make reference to. General, I just have a few questions for you, and they relate to your evidence in your statement regarding the Port Shepstone drug bust. So this next series of questions relates to that issue. You spoke on your first day that you were here, about other, in fact, you listed a number of successful drug busts in KZN. Did I get that right?
In my opening statement, Commissioners, I did highlight the value and the kilograms of the seizures of drugs that were seized in KwaZulu-Natal.
You list your successes. I think you called it successes.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Okay, so you've have experience in conducting those kind of operations of seizure of large amounts of illicit drugs. Is that correct?
Correct, Commissioners.
And you would be familiar then with the protocols and instructions that govern that procedure?
I know, if not all, of the protocol and the procedures. If there is a problem of maybe sometimes doubt, we will go consult those documents if there is a need.
Sure. I'm just saying that you're experienced in conducting those kind of operations. And
Yes.
so and in conducting it, you implement the protocols and the instructions, correct?
Implement
Yes.
Yes, we comply. We do our best to comply with the protocols and
Okay.
directives.
So the two of the documents that were provided to you over the weekend before you came here are in this file, 2 of 3. The first document is the protocol. It's at page 436. You see that?
I am
It's
on page 436, Commissioners.
That's a protocol on the search, seizure, handling, processing, and disposition of illicit drugs. Are you familiar with this document?
I've read this document after I've received it from the Commission, and over and above that, some of the portions of it, I recall them, that this is one of the procedures that needs to be followed. But I see it was signed in 2016. I might not be aware when have I seen it, other than seeing it again now recently with the Commission. So, but in terms of us seizing the drugs and everything, we know basically what needs to happen, Commissioners.
Are you saying that this was the first time you've seen it when the Commission provided it to you?
I've never said that. I'm saying I might have seen it, but I don't remember. I see it was signed in 2016. And I saw it to read it when it was provided by me, by the Commission. Not that I've never seen it before. I may have seen it.
You may have seen it before.
Yes.
You just don't recall. Okay.
Yes, Commissioners.
All right. So you read it when it was provided to you by the Commission.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay. And then the second document is at 446, and that, if you'll go there.
You say page?
446.
I see it, Commissioners.
And it reads National Instruction 1 of 2015, Crime Scene Management. Have you seen this document before?
Correct,
Before the
Commissioners.
Commission provided?
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay. Thanks. So let's turn to the content of your statement. It relates to a seizure of cocaine, if I understand correctly, about half a ton of cocaine. Is that right?
Correct, Commissioners.
Where exactly was it seized?
Isipingo, Commissioners. There is a depot. There at the harbour, there are depots there around the harbour where containers are stored. So in one of the depots there, the members received information and they went to the depot. Actually, I'm just looking for the name of exactly of the storage depot facility. It's a warehouse, not warehouse security staff. I want the actual name, but it is there at Isipingo depot.
It's a warehouse for containers, for shipping
Correct.
containers.
It's something like that.
Okay. And when drugs, particularly of that amount and that size, are seized, where would they normally be stored?
As I've indicated in my evidence on Tuesday, Commissioners, when we seize these drugs, normally they are supposed to be stored either at the police station, but from there they must be taken to the forensic science laboratory.
I'm glad you reminded me of that. If we could just turn back to that protocol I showed you, just to refresh your memory. on page 442,
442.
yes,
I am there, Commissioners.
I think what you're referring to is paragraph 5.8, submission of illicit drugs for forensic analysis. Is that right?
Correct?
And according to that provision, it says that all illicit drugs must be submitted to the chemistry section of the Forensic Science Laboratory, otherwise known as FSL, within 7 days after it is handed in at the police station.
Correct, Commissioners. I see that the paragraph 5.8.
Thank you.
Can I respond, or you wanted me to respond, or are you just ready?
No, I will come back to it. I'm just making, you referred to the fact that it needs to go for forensic analysis, and you just reminded me that it is part of the protocol that it should go within 7 days to the Forensic Science Laboratory. And I just want to point out two other aspects of the protocol. Paragraph 5.6, sub A, requires that all illicit drugs must be packaged and then sealed separately in evidence sealing bags as per individual case. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
And then just one more, and that's in paragraph 5.7. 5.7b reads, illicit drugs are kept separate. I'm just reading the relevant part. Illicit drugs are kept separate from other general exhibits in steel cabinets, police trunks, safes, and strong rooms that can be locked by only one key handler. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay. So when the drugs were seized at the warehouse, what would have been the closest appropriate storage space for the drugs?
Commissioners, as I have testified that where the drugs were seized, there is a police station called Isipingo. And then the members went to Isipingo to book those exhibits at SAPS Isipingo. And I was informed by the members that Isipingo said they don't have storage facilities, but the seizure can be written into the SAP 13. The Forensic Science Laboratory was called to come to the scene. I think it's Colonel Kuzwayo. And eventually, Colonel Kuzwayo informed them that they cannot come to the scene. They only attend the scene where it is a clandestine laboratory. If maybe I have answered your question.
So you say that there's no storage space for drugs at the Isipingo police station. That's what you said.
Yes, that is what my members were informed, and then they further called the Forensic Science Laboratory in KwaZulu-Natal, and then Colonel Kuzwayo, who is the chemistry section commander, told them that they also don't have a facility to store because there was a problem with the flooding.
And is it correct that there's no storage space at Isipingo police station?
That is what I was informed, and it is correct, maybe because of the volume of these drugs.
Have you subsequently established that, in fact, there was no storage space at Isipingo police station?
I never went to the police station.
Okay.
When the seizures are happening, Commissioners, I normally don't visit the crime scenes because the members that are there, they are capable of handling the crime scene in terms of this other directive that is on page 446. So it is an expectation that the members will do the due diligence there. And I don't think they will come and tell me that there was space, but we decided to take them there. They did engage immediately, and the counting and weighing and everything happened there at Isipingo SAPS.
I'm just asking you whether you were able to establish for yourself then or any time afterwards whether there is storage space at Isipingo police station.
Commissioners, I didn't go and establish.
Okay, that's fine. Is there any...
Maybe,
sorry.
Ms. Hassim, just to be clear, I think you speak of whether there is storage space, and the general is speaking about for that quantity. You understand the distinction? So I think let's be clear what is the point of
yes.
disagreement, because there may well be storage space in Isipingo, but not for that amount. So I think
No,
let's be
I
clear
mean
what
for that amount. I mean
Okay.
for these particular drugs.
Okay.
That's so appropriate storage space.
My members were informed there is no space.
Okay, so I think the answer remains the same. Thank you. Is there any other... So here you have a very large haul of cocaine. Is there any other space close to the site where the drugs were seized where it would be appropriate to store them?
While these challenges were experienced of the storage facility by my members, I have indicated that a brigadier who is responsible for serious organized crime called me and reported this challenge. And he made suggestions that we do have a safe facility where we previously stored large quantities of drugs, and then as a result of us not getting assistance at the Isipingo as well as the local forensic science laboratory, I recommend or suggest that we store it there. Then I said, if we store it there, you say previously there was this type of storage. Then I agreed to that suggestion that there in Port Shepstone, these drugs can be stored. And there, when they were stored, I did went and have a look at the storage facility the strong safe. And then I saw it is appropriate to store that volume. And then before they were handed in, other exhibits that were in that store were removed so that we can store these drugs. They were stored, I think, alone. They were placed there alone, these drugs. And I was comfortable and happy that this is a safe place to store these drugs.
Okay, so you approved the storage of the drugs at the Port Shepstone Hawks office?
I did agree based on the fact that the forensic laboratory at Amanzimtoti said they don't have storage facility. And then the police station said they don't have storage facility for these drugs. And again, it has been a practice before my time that drugs were stored in that storage facility.
And you say there was no storage facility closer to where the drugs were. That's why Port Shepstone. I mean, how far away from Isipingo is Port Shepstone?
Can be 100 kilos plus. I must just get my calculation, but 100 kilos plus, unless the commissioner wants to assist me.
No, I wanted to agree. It's just over 100, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So I just wanted to understand if there wasn't any other storage space closer.
No, there wasn't, according to me, where they could have got help. But I don't know if they ask other police stations, because with me, I know that the Pretoria Forensic Laboratory said they don't have space, because they requested me before even this a bust that I need to give a disposal order for certain drugs that were taken to them on a previous occasion. But Commissioners, I must mention that, if I'm allowed, that after this theft, the storage facilities were available. Other drugs we were able to bring them to Pretoria. A police station will keep them for 5 or not more than 5 days. We were put under pressure. I will use my budget to transport those drugs to Pretoria, requesting the combat teams from the office of the provincial commissioner to deliver these other drugs after the theft. And at one instance, I know I didn't say it in my evidence in chief, but now that I'm also questioned, at one instance, the provincial commissioner assisted me to transport the drugs to Cape Town Forensic Science Laboratory. So in KwaZulu-Natal, it is a problem.
Okay, so you're saying there wasn't anything closer? There was no other police station closer? That's what you're saying? That's why Port Shepstone was
There are other police stations closer, but...
I mean, with appropriate storage space, obviously.
Commissioners, what I was advised of, and then I went and have a look, I was comfortable, and then indeed, previously, the safes, that facility was utilized as a storage facility for drugs. It is an unfortunate situation, Commissioners. This time, under my watch, these ones were stolen.
So I'm interested in why you say it was safe, because were there other break-ins before this at the Port Shepstone office?
Commissioners, after this theft of the trucks, it came to my attention that there was a breakings there in relation to people, these street people, hobos, I'm sorry to say so, but it's for lack of a better word.
Homeless.
Come again, sir?
Homeless people.
Homeless.
Yeah, thank you very much. Homeless persons. It's like the disability, persons with disability, they put it somewhere. So, but thank you for assistance. Those homeless persons, they will come and break after the effect, and then I realized that they were stealing in the offices laptops of members. And then they were arrested, and those laptops were recovered. The suspects were arrested. And other breakings, it's also the homeless people. You'll see when I read the reports, it was after the effect when it came to my attention. Then they break the kitchen window in order to come in there using a stone. You'll find a stone that was utilized to break the kitchen window. And these break-ins were discovered by members upon them when they do the visit after hours, sometimes in the morning when they report for duty. Those are there are several incidents that were brought under my attention after the theft. But should I knew this before, maybe my decision to agree would have been otherwise.
When did the theft take place?
Which one?
The theft of these drugs that we are under discussion.
November 2021.
November 2021.
Yeah.
So you be very clear that it was, if you had known, then you wouldn't have done this. Can you please go to page 536?
Yes. Thank you.
So do you recognize this document?
Yes, Commissioners, I do recognize this document.
Can you go to the second page of the document, the last page?
537.
537, yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And what is the date of the document?
2020-01-22.
January 22, January
2020.
2020.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay, so almost 2 years, a year and 8 to 9 months before the theft took place, right?
Okay, commissioners.
And who prepared this document?
Commissioners, I see at the bottom there's initial R.S.R. Singh.
Is that the section commander for counterintelligence, KZN?
According to what is written here, correct, commissioners?
And it was sent to you
When?
on the same date?
Commissioners, this document, I want us to go to 536 so that I can respond. Page 536. If you look at address B, it says the Provincial Head, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, KwaZulu-Natal. Then you go on page 537, the date there, it says 2020-01-2022. It is not possible that this document was sent to me on this date. On this date, I was working at Division Detective Service, the Division Detective and Forensic Services at head office. I was not within the DPCI on this date. I was not a member of the DPCI. So this document, I've never received it.
So it was sent to the provincial head of the DPCI
At KZN.
at KZN.
Correct, Commissioner.
And you became the provincial head.
Correct, Commissioners.
And this was never brought to your attention. You didn't know about these thefts.
I didn't know about this document as well as the other theft, except that there are only two housebreakings that happened while I was there.
So I'm going to take you back because, let's just actually, before we leave this document, go to paragraph 4 of the document. Because this is what it says about the office itself, the building,
I see
right? Which
paragraph
you then came to be in charge of, right?
Yes.
So paragraph 4 says a general inspection conducted by this office previously of the premises revealed the following in terms of MISS security measures. 1, no CCTV cameras are installed in and around the premises. 2, there's no early warning alarm systems in place within the office space, more especially in offices located on the ground floor. 3, no beam sensors located exterior to the office accommodation. And then if you go to the comments, it's the recommendations of how to address those shortcomings. Correct?
Correct.
Were those shortcomings ever fixed?
Commissioners, I was not privy to this document. I agree that address B is the provincial head before my time. And I've already indicated a few minutes ago that this document, I have not seen it before until such time that the commission has provided me with this document.
Okay. So let's go.
Sorry, Advocate. It's going to be difficult for me to talk about this document. Hence, it was never brought under my attention. I saw it when I was presented. It was presented by the Commission.
We don't need to talk about the document. You've confirmed that this was the findings in 2020. I asked you whether those had been addressed, because this is now about the office, the building. So what I was asking you is whether there are now CCTV cameras, early warning system, beam sensors, etc.
All I know, the alarm system was there when the theft took place. But this is the recommendations, but all I know, the alarm system was in place. And further to that, I did apply for security personnel to be appointed in order to be deployed there to guard the building. Now recently, they advertised the post now recently. Even the process of shortlisting and appointing, it has not yet started. Now. I think, yeah, January, this month.
Oh, so after the theft.
Correct.
Okay. And if you look at, so this report that we were just looking at is attached to a report by General Mosikidi, which is at page 428. 528, apologies.
528.
528.
I see that.
And if you see paragraph 1 says the purpose of this information note is to appraise the national head on the feedback regarding the housebreaking and theft of 541 kg cocaine from serious organized crime unit officers at number 2 Princess Elizabeth Drive in Port Shepstone. That's the Port Shepstone Hawks office, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And General Mosikidi says about the thefts, if I can just find the right paragraph. Yes, about the security aspect. It's page 533.
533.
Yes. Before I go here, can you please remind me, General, when did you take over the position of provincial head in KZN?
I was appointed on the 1st of August 2020. Then I reported on the 1st of, on September, 1st or 2nd of September. I don't know if it is a Monday, the 1st, then I started on the 1st. If it
Page
is
7 of your CV.
CV.
Your CV. It says 1 August 2020. That's when you assumed the position.
Is the appointment, which means that is the date of appointment, Commissioner. And then what happens is, if I may just clarify that one, when you are appointed, you don't, it is difficult for you to go immediately. What happens where you are, you must have the process of handing over. And clearing up the office, you go and do the visit, you must look for accommodation before you go there. Because when you go there, you must already have accommodation. Because I was from Gauteng here at head office, in Pretoria, head office, commissioners. So physically, I took up the post, I think it was the 1st or 2nd of September.
Of 2020?
Of 2020.
Okay. All right, so now if we look at page 533, under paragraph 4, General Mosikidi deals with what she calls the security aspect. And she notes that the Port Shepstone office was broken into 8 times since 2011. But if you look at the last 3 instances, they were 15 January 2021, 11 October 2021, and then, of course, the 8th November 2021. So those 3 were while you were the provincial head, correct?
No, incorrect. Commissioners, I'm saying it is incorrect. It is correct with the last 2, not the last 3.
Sorry, I thought you said 20 September 2020.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I think I missed this year. Yeah, January. Yeah. Yes, commissioners. Yeah, correct.
Correct. It's the last 3, correct? Yeah. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. These last 3 took place when you were the provincial head.
Yes.
And in fact, the second last one, 11 October, was the month before the theft of this 541 kgs of cocaine. It was just the month before.
Just a month before,
yes.
Commissioners. Can I say this? The last one is the actual theft of the cocaine. the last one.
Yes.
So before the actual theft of a cocaine, that's why I was confused earlier. It was 2.
I think we've agreed that the last 3, while you were provincial head, and that's right, the last 3 instances here.
That is not in dispute.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure
However,
why
I was
you're
just-
revisiting it. So I'm pointing out.
The revisiting advocate commissioners, sorry. Okay.
Start from the beginning, what you were saying, General?
When I say the revisiting,
Yes.
the revisiting, it was to say this was the last one is the actual theft. The 2, they happened before the actual theft. That is the revisiting. I wanted to clarify that, commissioners.
Yes, we're clear on that. All 3 happened while you were provincial head.
Correct?
Yes. And I'm saying that the second last one happened just the month prior to the theft of the 541 kg.
Correct?
And if you turn over the page, 534, at paragraph 4.4, General Mosikidi says, based on this glaring security breaches, it is not clear what motivated the provincial management to consider the Port Shepstone as a safe place to store drugs of such high value. What is your comment on that?
Although I've seen this document when I was presented with the files by the commission, I'm saying, commissioners, these breakings, from the actual theft, the last 2, they happened under my watch. And these top ones, all of them, they didn't happen under my watch. And I was not aware about them. The only ones that I'm aware of is these 2. Already, when this one of October happened, we gave directives that they must speedily finalize the investigation of these drugs because we needed the Section 212 report in order for us to make a decision to dispose this. And these 2 are those breakings where I said the homeless people, where we saw the stone, they utilized a stone to break the kitchen window, of which we believe those people were looking for food. It was not something that was very, very serious that it can cause a concern. But I do see the paragraph 4.4 of General Musikidi, and based on what was presented before her, when she wrote this report, these things were presented before her. Earlier,
continue, General.
Hence, earlier I said, if I knew about this series before, I wouldn't have maybe agreed. It would have changed my decision to agree to store there.
General, I just for clarity, I want to deal with the 2 break-ins just before the theft of the drugs. CAS 165, January 2021. Where exactly was the break-in in respect of that, and what was stolen?
It was on the side of the kitchen door, Commissioner. On the side of the kitchen, a kitchen window pane was broken by a stone. Yes, Commissioner.
And what was stolen on that occasion?
There was nothing. There was no entry. They couldn't gain entry.
And then CAS 116 of October 2021, the break-in, where exactly was that and what was stolen?
I'm going there, Commissioners. 116.
Yes.
Commissioners, they couldn't gain entry. It was also the same modus operandi, that the window pane was broken by a stone.
And then when was the break-in that resulted in the theft of, did you say laptops? Please just remind me, you did say when that was.
Yes.
I thought perhaps that was one of these two.
It's not one of these two,
Okay,
Commissioners.
when was that one?
It's the ones before me. I can't exactly, I'm unable to tell the Commissioner now,
right.
this is this, until if I can be given opportunity to
No,
request a report.
I have the clarity I need. Thank you very much, General.
Thank
Yes,
you,
Ms. Hassim.
Thank you. So you were aware of the thefts from before your time?
Which ones now? I know about these two. I became aware
Sorry, the
of-
laptop theft, when did that happen?
Commissioners, I indicated I knew about this after the fact. These others.
Oh, I see. The
Yeah.
laptop theft you discovered after the fact.
I was informed about them after the fact.
So,
Sorry, Ms. Hassim. And the thefts were from offices, you
Yeah.
said?
Well, if I remember very well, I think they broke windows. They were breaking windows, and then the battlers, then they will break those things, go into the office, steal a laptop, go. According to what was.
When I refer to the office, I'm trying to make a distinction between the safe or strong room and offices. So were the thefts from offices or from the strong room?
From offices, Commissioner, not the storeroom.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
thank you, Chair. So I just want to ask the following, based on what had been recommended by the earlier report we were looking at. And you'll see it's, General Mosikili refers to it, she says in 4.3, but it's really over the page,
4 point.
the bullet points. What I'd like to ask you is whether there are perimeter beam sensors around the ground floor of the office.
There are no perimeter beams. I indicated that the only thing that I know that is there is the alarm system that was there. And then I further indicated that I participated in ensuring that we need security guards. Currently, they've just advertised posts. The process of appointing security guards for those buildings is underway.
And there are no infrared sensors in the interior offices. There are no infrared sensors.
No, there are no infrared sensors.
And the alarm system that you had at the time, the drugs were stored there, was the alarm connected to an armed response company?
The alarm was connected to the owner. I can't recall if there was an armed response as well as the acting unit commander's phone. If anything happens, there are no people. You'll get some sense of, you get either a call or some sense of notices that there is something that is not right. And I know this because in my old office, it was connected to me, to my cell phone.
Okay, and then the last one was what was required was upgrading and repairs of the perimeter lighting. Can you comment on the perimeter lighting of the building?
Which one? Page?
Sorry, where I was, 534.
534. Paragraph?
It's the same bullet points that I was dealing with.
Which bullet? Oh, the last one.
Yes.
The last bullet. Commissioners, I've never visited these offices during the night. I'm unable to talk to this one. Late at night, I'm unable to talk to this one.
Okay. If it's one of the storage facilities that you use, wouldn't you check and have an interest at least in the security of the place? How secure is it? And I think the question consider the question against that kind of background, that you are the head, and then you would have an interest in where exhibits are stored, and so and that interest would include how secure the place is.
Commissioner, thank you for that question. The fact that there were previous storage there at that facilities, I took comfort of that, and the offices, there is a street here, and I don't want to assume that there are lights, but I've never visited it after hours. Maybe one would have maybe asked that, but I took comfort because previously there were storage and nothing happened to those storages.
When were
General,
those?
just a moment. What worries me is that your evidence yesterday, you showed us a photograph from June 2018, July 2018, and you said they've stored drugs here before in 2018, and based on that, I took comfort that this facility is safe. But now we are seeing that in 2011, 2018, 2020, twice, 2021, twice, there were these incidents. Did you not inquire about the facility before you took the decision that the drugs should be stored there?
It never crossed my mind. I didn't, Commissioner.
So
Because
your reliance on the 2018 incident, that was after the fact. It's not like you had investigated and determined that this is a safe facility because in the past few years things were stored here and nothing happened.
I took comfort into that, Commissioner. That's why I agreed for the exhibit to be stored there.
But when did you learn that in 2018 drugs were stored at the same facility? When did you become aware of that?
While they were still there at the Isipingo, before we made even storage, there were phone calls that were made, Commissioners. That is when I've learned about that. On the day of the seizure, there at Isipingo.
How long were that 2018 that gave you comfort, how long were those drugs stored at the Port Shepstone office?
I can't give an exact time, but until the case was finalized, one will have to go and check the records so that I can be able to give the exact, because the records must be there. We will just check the case number and everything and check the record. Then I'll be able to provide the exact time frame.
Okay, so your response to the Commission on the issue of safety of the office is that you took comfort in the fact that in 2018 there were drugs that were stored there, but you didn't otherwise do any checks yourself on the security and safety features of the office.
The security and safety features, I didn't check, but I said I went on the day when these exhibits were placed there. I inspected the safe myself. I was there.
No, I'm just distinguishing for now between the safe and the building itself, because it seems it wasn't that difficult to get into the building.
You say it seems, but according to me, I took comfort because I also went and have a look at the safe about that. I do not have any other explanation of that, but I've never went and checked the lights as it was indicated here, these beaming perimeters, and then I didn't have knowledge of these previous breakings by then. And for me, when I look at that place, it was not going to be easy for a person to go in and go in that, as well as when you look at the safe itself. I don't think we have a capacity here to open that safe without a key. The way it was opened, I don't know if the commissioners, the photos that you're having are black and white, but I have something that I can share with you just to have a glance of it on a smallanyana color to see that these people, they know what they were doing. As there are people who have a special skills in order to deal with these things. So when I went there, I was 100% convinced, because when I arrived, there were firearms in that safe. Then I caused that to be removed, because you can't store the drugs with any other exhibits. You have to remove and put those drugs there. That is what we did, commissioners.
That's fine. I just wanted to check with whether you had done any other checks on the safety and security of the premises itself. But we've got your answer on that. And part of your answer is, well, there's the strong room. We looked
General,
at...
sorry, Advocate. Sorry, Ms. Hassim. General, you did a bit of sign language there, which I couldn't follow. Were you making a point?
No,
which appeared to be directed at me.
I wanted to show the commissioners this thing in color.
Yes.
Yeah, if somebody can come and help, you'll see that this thing is heartbroken. Now that thing comes back now. But why? Why me?
Or just...
You must just page up like this and show them. That pain comes back, commissioners. Even the day I leave the police, the pain will never go away.
Sorry, General, are we only looking at this one page or two pages?
No, you can...
Oh.
Please show both, counsel, or have you've seen it? Thank you. In the meantime, General, if you could just explain this to me. The very first picture, I was expecting to see right through, but there's something that seems to be at the back, and I can't see through. What's happening there?
Commissioner, what happens, they cut the external part, and then inside the door, inside there is a sort of a panel, and then where they cut like this, what can read, they put an hand, because these people knows inside that hole, and there are this mechanism inside
also,
there.
once you've cut the outer part, and then there's what appears to be hollow in the middle.
Yes.
Between what I say is at the back.
Yes.
And the front that has been cut.
Correct.
So in there's something that you can manipulate and then open the door.
When you cut like this, what I can read or by observation, after cutting, you put a hand, and then there's a mechanism here. Then once you I think they turn it, and the door opened.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Thanks for showing us those pictures. I think we have some of those pictures, but they're in black and white, so it helped to see it in color.
Correct.
Now, what is obvious from those pictures is that it would have taken a very serious instrument to grind into the door and cut into that metal in order to open it the way it eventually was opened. Is that right?
Correct, Commissioners. I've indicated that it needed special skill and special tool, because a normal grinder will never cut that safe.
And there are two strong rooms.
There are two, yes.
And the people who did this knew which strong room to go to.
They only broke this one.
The
and
one
they
with the
took
drugs.
Yeah.
And how long would it have taken to complete that exercise of cutting through the metal?
I don't know, but it would have taken them some time, because it was over a weekend. Because the theft was reported to me, I think it was Monday. It was over a weekend. So I can't tell you the exact time frame, how long will it take for people to do that, take the drugs out and do that. So hence I said on Tuesday that I believe from my observations that there were a number of people, there were not very few.
And it would have been very loud.
I don't know, because of the instrument. If they use the normal grinders that we know, it will make noise, of course.
I mean, if you just know if your neighbor is building something and they use a grinder, it creates a noise, and this would require something even more than usual.
It's possible. It's possible.
Okay. So they did go straight to the strong room where the drugs were kept.
According to my observation, after they went in, as I explained on Tuesday, they cut this one and they found the drugs. But that was also a worrying factor. Why they never cut the other one? We don't know what was in their mind, however, but I believe somebody might have sold us from within. Might have given them the layout, because if you don't know that place, you'll never know they are walking safe. So,
okay, I think that's fine. I just want to ask you one other thing a couple of other things about this. I read a part of the protocol that there should be one key handler. And as I understand, you took possession of the key to the safe.
Correct, Commissioners.
And in General Mosekiti's report, at page 530, just lost it, page 530, at paragraph 2.2.8.
Yes.
She says the following day, this is the day after the seizure and the day after the storage of the drugs, so it's
Correct.
23 June 2021. Captain Sibia, KG, Captain Fries, Captain Ntanzi, together with Warrant Officer Mpangase, proceeded to the Port Shepstone office to retrieve samples from the exhibits and forward to FSL for analysis. The keys to the strong room are kept at provincial head offices, and prior arrangements were made for the keys to be made available for the members. Is that consistent with protocol?
This is consistent because, for me, now it also answers that question of the safetiness. There was a warrant officer who was appointed to manage those safes. But after this cocaine was stored there, I took the keys. There are 2 keys, not one. I took the keys in my possession. On that day, I locked them in a safe in my office, at the provincial office. The warrant officer Mpangase was the investigator of the seizure of the cocaine. He came to my office, asked for the keys. I let him sign for one key. I kept one. He signed, he went and did his job. In the afternoon, he brought it back. So that, why did I take the 2 keys, commissioners? So that I didn't want to be with 1 key. The drugs are stolen. I'm having a key. Another person is having a spare key. Automatically, if a key was used, automatically I become a person of interest. So I took both keys for safety. Whoever wants to come, he will go with other people, then do whatever he needed to do, because the only thing that they needed to do by then, it was to get the samples and show the forensic illness and everything to send to forensic science laboratory for analysis.
So General Mosikiti refers to several people, not just the warrant officer Mpangase. And I'm asking you, is it not a risk? Is this not a breach of the protocol? Because it puts a key in the hands of several other people who could have made a copy or anything.
You know what the risk is? These members were involved in the seizure. The risk is you give one person the key, he goes there on his own, and those things that are no more 541 is a short. That is the risk. But if you put if these people went together there, there's no way that another one will start to steal or another one will tell another one to steal. So that is something.
So you saw this as a security to have more people?
Yeah, because they knew these ones, okay? They were part and parcel of the seizure. They are a drug squad in Devon.
Okay. I just want to, because it's such a large seizure, it's at 1/2 ton of cocaine, did you not think you should have oversight? And if you took the key and you said you're going to keep it, should you not have retained control of the key throughout the process? Meaning if something had to be done at the strong room, that you would accompany?
I'm the provincial head. I can give directives to people to go do the job. It does not necessarily mean I must do the job. Like, let me put it in this perspective. The DPP of a province does not necessarily read the dockets and make decisions. He's got people who are doing the job for her. She reads, she brings the panel of advocates, then that. It's like me. So, and I asked them to go there, and they did their job and brought the keys back. But over and above that, during my office visit, when I took up my post, I gave all the offices, not the Port Shepstone one, because I was visiting them one by one, that offices must be visited between 1800 and 12 midnight and between 2 and 6 o'clock in the morning. And on that day, I think there was a warrant officer, Kuchelenberg, and a Captain Leroux, and the unit commander. I further informed them in the presence of my brigadier that the offices must be visited. I gave them the very same times again.
You informed them at the time of this, because you informed them because the drugs were there, and so it was to protect that drug haul. Is that right?
I'm not sure if you heard me well.
You can just say yes or no. Maybe I didn't, and that's why I'm clarifying.
I want you to understand me properly. I did it before even we stored the drugs. This directive. Yes. When you took up office, I'm not sure that's what I did. When you took up office, you will go and visit all your members, and so that you can also be able to know where are the offices that are resorting under you. In that period, it was in 2020. During that process, I gave this directive.
I understand that. I'm asking.
Can I finish?
Yes, please do. Please,
commissioners. Then, on the day of the storage, I repeated it again. I told them, I think if you look at there is a statement there of Colonel Prinsloo, he will say so. That is, I'm trying to respond to the issues of this paragraph 2.2.8, that further than this, I informed the people to do the visits.
So there are affidavits here, and there are several affidavits that contradict that. Can I take you to page 557? Okay, in
Correct.
paragraph 2.
Yes.
At no stage before and or after the housebreaking that occurred between 5 November 21, 8 November 21 at the Port Shepstone DPCI offices was I ever given any written or verbal instruction by any officer to visit our offices after hours or on weekends to make sure that everything was in order at the office. And it goes on. And then it says the times that I did visit the office was on my own initiative because of the previous breakings we had at our offices. However, I do recall that our previous acting commander, Lieutenant Colonel J.J.P. Prinsloo, did ask the office personnel to visit the office when they are in the area without giving any specific reason. This is from a detective warrant officer. What's your response to that?
You said it's contradictory, but the answer is there, you read it. On the same paragraph, there is an answer there. So my response is, the members knew, because when you look at this statement, it was taken now to, I think, September 2025, but they knew these members.
No, it doesn't say that. It says, at no stage, before or after the housebreaking that occurred between 5 November 2021 and 8 November 21 at the Port Shepstone DPCI offices was I ever given any written or verbal instruction by any officer to visit our offices after hours or on weekends to make sure that everything was in order at the office. And this is important because you said that at the time you gave this instruction, and I'm saying this officer says something different.
I don't know why he said something different, commissioners, but I did give this directive. You look at, we provided a statement to the evidence leader of Colonel Prinsloo. I don't know if it was shared with the commissioners. If it was shared, I want to invite the commissioners. We go, it's a page that we gave, pages. I'm not sure if it was annexed chart here, but
Ms. Mafisa, was it shared with us?
Chair. Yes, Chair.
Thank you. We have it now, General. Where do you want to take us?
let's look at paragraph 8, commissioners.
And this is a statement by
Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo.
Jacobus Jeremiah Pietrus Prinsloo.
Yes, paragraph 8. From the bottom of that paragraph, we'll read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll see it starts with General Senona. There at the end, towards the end of the 5th line from the bottom.
Oh, yes. I see
Paragraph
it.
8.
Para 8, line 1, 2, 3, 4.
And this affidavit, commissioners, it was signed on the 25th of 11, 2021. This affidavit by Colonel Prinsloo. Can I read where I wanted to take the commissioners? It says, General Senona requested us to have regular visit to the office after hours. The members then left and Warrant Officer van der Berg secured back the security door by the kitchen with a chain and padlock. This one I forgot I forgot about it because it's not me. You can see that an additional security feature was done, that a chain and a padlock were also procured so that they can lock at the door at the kitchen at the back because that is why these homeless people, they were breaking that window. They couldn't come in there because the lock, it was locked from inside with a chain. So you will never be able to open it from the outside. So this issue of contrary, I think we need to also, if there was ample time, commissioners, to go and have a look at the statements of these members by then, the initial statement, because these are additional statements that the advocate is talking about. Maybe they will give us a clear perspective, but this is the boss of the office that I gave this directive to. And the expectation was that in the parade, police, when they report on duty, they come to a room, they parade the detectives, and then they talk, they discuss their daily issues and so forth. There and there, I think there was a statement that I read that says, during parade, Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo informed us to visit the office after hours. It's just that I'm looking for that one. I'm unable to trace it here on the bundle of documents. Thank you, Commissioners.
Was it a request or was it an instruction?
You know, in the police, when he wrote like this, it is an instruction. In the police, we don't normally, the language of the police language is not a request, it's an instruction.
And so would there be a log, an occurrence book or some sort of entry to show that between these hours, which officer patrolled the area, did a site inspection and a site visit every single day between what hours?
There should be, because the instruction was that OB entry must be done to that effect, to the effect of the visit.
So have you seen such entries?
Look, the criminal investigators, they took a lot of stuff. The only thing that I was having after the break-in is only these copies that I did for me. But further than that, I don't know.
Okay, so did you check at the time, did you check that these inspections were taking place?
I didn't have opportunity to go and check, Commissioners. My heart was bleeding that who did this. My wish was that we need to arrest these people and recover this cocaine. That I didn't check. But my focus, the priority by then, was to try and identify and arrest these perpetrators.
I accept that, but would it not be important for you to do that check? Because you had such... what's the street value of the cocaine that was stored?
541.
The street value?
541. 200 million.
It was over 200 million?
No, 200.
It was exactly 200 million?
That's what we were informed, Commissioners.
So you had 200 million rand worth of cocaine stored in the offices. I'm asking whether it would... Do you not think it was appropriate for you to ensure that there was greater security around the offices, including by checking that visits were being made by officers?
Commissioners, I believe the actions that I've taken, they were sufficient enough to ensure that those exhibits were secured. The issue of the padlock, the issue of giving instructions of the visits, the issue of the walk-in safe, the strong room, the issue of taking the keys, that not two people must be able to have the keys. I believe I did what was necessary. I know the advocate is asking me, was it not necessary for you to go and check? But I believe it was necessary. Because, and I believe the members were doing the due diligence.
So let me understand this. This theft happened over a weekend, either on a Saturday or a Sunday,
Correct.
the 6th or the 7th of November. And I see from your statement that some police officers would go to that office from time to time, but there was nobody stationed there permanently.
Correct.
Yeah.
There was nobody stationed there permanently, Commissioners. You will realize that on that weekend, members went to the offices.
Yeah, but he only went there to pick up something and he smelled something. He thought it was load shedding.
And
he
then
left.
also the unit commander went to visit the office, commissioners. Even previously, when I asked in terms of the guards, there were no guards that were posted there permanently. And I think in the statement of Colonel Prinsloo, you'll see, let me check that paragraph, where he said he also requested the K9 to patrol the area of the surrounding, the K9 of that area. Commissioners.
I mean, I'm no expert on policing and how you store your exhibits, but it seems reckless to me that half a ton of cocaine is stored in a remote location. There's just a safe there and a padlock, but there's nobody guarding it. Which means if anybody wants to break in at night, they can do so because there's no appropriate security. And they have enough time to even use a grinder to break the safe and go in and steal this cocaine, which is in fact what happened. I'm assuming that's what happened. Let me not say in fact.
Commissioners, I believe I did everything in my power to secure the cocaine. And over and above that, mandrakes were stored to the value of 254 million, the value above this one, on a previous occasion, as well as hashish compressed dagga. It's a very expensive dagga, that hashish. It's a pity I don't remember how much was the street value of that. So I believe I did the right thing. I did all that I could do to safeguard those exhibits there. But I said, after the theft, there is space to store cocaine. There is space to store cocaine. And I don't know before why we were informed there's no space, we can't do this. Now even police stations, but they want you to only leave those things for a week. It can't go over the weekend. Then I indicated I had to pay from my budget the combat people to transport these exhibits because they are a subject of a case that is investigated in my office. Pretoria has been receiving them. And currently, that is the practice that is being done if we seize drugs, commissioners.
General, it seems though that Colonel Prinsloo himself was not happy with the security of that place. I mean, it's his office. He says in this statement that you have given us, at paragraph 10, he says, I was not comfortable with it being stored in my office as the security of my office is not up to standard. So you've got a person who's in the place, who knows the place better than you do, and he tells somebody in this statement that I was actually uncomfortable because the security there was not good. And you from outside head, you say it was a very safe place.
Commissioner, the previous unit commander before Prinsloo is a Brigadier Nyuswa. I think the 2018 storage, he was the unit commander there. Now, this paragraph, I saw it, but this was never brought under my attention. When I look at it, it seems he told a brigadier here who was there at the office. But even this brigadier never came and advised me, General, there is this 1, 2, 3, we need to do something. If it was brought under my attention, maybe one would have taken additional and necessary steps to deal with the situation.
Well, I guess my point really is, yes, you may have taken the steps that you have described, but from Colonel Prinsloo, it seems that that place in the first place was not good enough, secure enough, and so maybe your reliance on history and what you were told by a person who suggested Port Shepstone, as we now know, was shot, because here's Mr. Colonel Prinsloo, who knows that place, says, I wasn't happy that these things are here.
I agree with you, Commissioner. The only challenge is it was never brought under my attention I would have taken action. If he says so, I would have asked and say, you say you are not happy, what is your suggestion, what do you think? And then, so that we can do any other thing that we can do to ensure that that place is safe. Because after the seizure, I did report this to my supervisor by then. I think I said it on Tuesday. But I see this paragraph. I agree with you, Commissioner. It is an unfortunate situation. It was never brought under my attention.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner Beloy. On that point, General, can you look at page 550? This is an affidavit by the very same Prinsloo, right? If you look at the
Yes.
name at the top.
Yes.
And he, in this affidavit, explains, it's a different affidavit to the one that you've provided us with, but it's by the same person. And he explains, we'll see in paragraph 3, the office was previously fitted with an alarm that was monitored by National Security and Fire. During April, we did an application to the provincial office to be on a month-to-month contract with National Security as we were waiting the procurement process. Paragraph 4, during May, an application was done to upgrade the alarm system. This office was told to get 3 new security companies to tender for the upgrading and monitoring of the alarm system, which was done and submitted via our provincial office for approval. To date, this was never approved. During December, the office received notification from National Security that due to non-payment, they've removed us from their system, and so on. And he ends in paragraph 7, the provincial office was well aware of the security problems that we faced at this office. This affidavit was written on 26 July 2022. He says the provincial office was well aware of the security problems that we faced at this office. That goes to the point that you just made.
Yes. You know, if he says he reported this to the provincial office, as I've unpacked how the DPCI offices are, I am of the view that when he say he reported this to the provincial office, it never came to my attention. I believe he might have sent it to the supply chain management because the procurement and everything of these things is dealt with by our supply chain management. And I'm also emphasizing, I'm again emphasizing, if it came to my attention, commissioners, I would have devised some means to assist and take and protect these exhibits there.
General, there's a basic question that it seems you should have asked, given the value, well, not just the value, but the substance itself, such as, do we have an alarm system? And in this, which Ms. Hassan has just read now, Colonel Prinsloo says they were taken off the alarm system in
December 2020.
And this incident is in
December.
2021.
The incident is 2021, commissioners.
So you are already in office. They are removed from the alarm system, notification system in December 2020. There is this, you go there, you approve that it's okay, it's a safe place, but you don't ask what I thought would have been, your first question, do we have an alarm system? So that it is triggered if anyone tries to get in, but you don't even check that. But in fact, we do have a record that says there is no system. The provincial office knows we don't have an alarm system.
According to me, commissioners, the alarm system was there. I think when I understand this affidavit that I'm seeing here of Colonel Prinsloo, the second one, is that when I read, when the advocate was reading it, my understanding was that there was this security who fitted the alarm system. And that was monitored by them, but it was never removed, according to my understanding of this. Because once you have this type of a security system.
No, General, read paragraph 5. It says
Paragraph 5.
5. It says, during December 2020, this office received notification from National Security that due to non-payment, they have removed us from their system and will not be rendering any services at our unit. Am I wrong?
No,
to,
I see that. Commissioner.
You see that
You're
now?
correct.
Okay.
You're correct.
All right.
You know, the challenging part is this was never brought under my attention. I think they were dealing with the supply chain issues of the buildings in our province. Supply chain, they have these facility managers with supply chain in the supply chain offices who are dealing with that. And then at our head office, we have a colonel who also deals with them. Normally, if there are challenges, the supply chain at the province will talk with the supply chain at national, but this was never brought under my attention, commissioners. I fully agree about what he wrote here,
Yes.
and I can't dispute it because it was not brought under my attention, but he might have reported to the supply chain at the province, which means my members there failed to come and inform me about this type of a thing.
Yes. I mean, I'm prepared to accept it was never brought to your attention for purpose of a discussion, but it's really back to the point that Commissioner Kumalo discussed with you earlier, that you arrive on the day when this consignment or this drug haul is being put there, and then you say you satisfied yourself that there was, so even on the day itself, you say you satisfied yourself, but then what I'm raising with you, that I would have expected that one of the things you would have satisfied yourself about is there's no alarm system.
I've
That would
taken
be
notes,
true.
Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I must also bring to your attention, General, that in addition to the affidavit I referred you to on page 557, if you can just go to page 559. You'll see a detective warrant officer, an affidavit.
Warrant Officer Pinar.
Yes.
559, correct.
Yes. He says that in paragraph 2, I cannot remember the dates and or time when Lieutenant Colonel J.J.P. Prinsloo, our previous acting commander, asked us on office lectures to visit the office after working hours and or weekends if we are in the office area. I presumed that the reason for Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo asked all the office personnel to visit the office was because we had previous office break-ins. And then he explains more about the risks, and he ends, I must clearly state that I did not know and was never told by anyone until the break-in at the walk-in safe of any drugs being kept at our office. So he says that what he knew was that the previous acting commander asked them during office lectures to visit when they were in the area, which is not the same as patrolling much more purposefully in order to secure the office because there were expensive contents. Do you want to say anything about that? Because there are a couple of others.
This is one of the statements that I said. He said during parades, so it's a lecture. A lecture and a parade is more or less the same thing.
Okay.
All your personnel will come there. You deal with correspondences and other management issues there, which means all the members knew that they are supposed to visit the offices after hours. But the mere fact that Colonel Prinsloo put it the way he put it, I don't know why he put it, because as for me, in his statement, he said, I requested them to visit the office after hours and so forth, of which, when you say request, you ask me whether is it a request or an instruction, and in the police we give instructions, we don't request. It's just that people are modernizing things, but we give instructions. Even if I say, I requested that you must visit complainant so, there is this type of a complaint or this type of information. The way we talk to people, we say, I request, but actually it is an instruction. So I don't know why these members are saying Colonel Prinsloo told them to visit after hours or weekends when they are in the area. Because the instruction was that the offices must be visited.
Okay, at 561.
Before you do 561, can I just, in fairness to you, General, what I discussed with you about the alarm being, the service not being offered anymore for non-payment, Colonel Prinsloo, though, says elsewhere in his statement that on the day that the drugs were brought in and after locking up, they switched on the alarm system. So it seems that in 2021, there was an alarm that was working. You may not have been aware of it because you didn't ask the question, but he seems to say that. So I just thought, let me correct what may have been a misstatement.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Really appreciate it.
I think that the issue, Commissioner Beloy, is that the alarm is insufficient without being linked to a company, a security company that will monitor the area, there'd be an armed response if there's something to alert, an alarm that will alert someone to do. Otherwise, you can just switch off an alarm and continue. And I think that's what Prinsloo was concerned about, and that's why he said that he was not comfortable with the drugs being stored in his office, as the security of my office is not up to standard.
No. I had put to the General that there was no alarm system at all. Yes, so that's all I'm correcting.
So I just need to complete these statements just for the sake of completeness. I did two affidavits. There's another at page 561, and this is a Van den Berg, and paragraph 2. And the question he's answering in paragraph 2 is, was instruction given to visit the office after hours and make an OB entry, and by who? And he says, I cannot remember being given such a direct instruction. So again, it comes back to this, what I was asking you, an instruction versus a request.
Commissioner.
So he says, let me just finish and then you can respond. I cannot remember being given such a direct instruction. I do remember Colonel Prinsloo repeatedly requesting the office members on morning parade to visit the office after hours when they can or when they are in the vicinity of the office due to the repeated problems we had with break-ins and attempted break-ins. Now, again, it's what the others were saying. It's like a nice to have. If you're in the area, pop in.
But, Ms. Hasim, I find it odd. These read the same, and I think this is the third one now. And they all read the same. And, I'm just making.
They are quite similar, and I think, I'm not going to speculate. There were obviously questions were being posed in a post-theft investigation, and I think that's why these affidavits were prepared. So questions were being posed, and the officers were answering. And other than that, I can't say more.
Did the same person draft the statements for them and basically note exactly the same thing? It's quite similar. I'm just making an observation.
I think it is important for me to put to the witness that there are a series of affidavits.
I'm not stopping you, Ms. Hasim.
And I don't know more than that. I do see that there are similarities,
Yes.
and sometimes similarities are a good thing, and sometimes There
There may be a bad
may raise
thing,
questions.
Commissioner?
Yes, General.
And then
I want to bring under the attention of the Commissioner that these statements were taken on the same month, and then I want to check same date, 2nd of September 2025. Hence, earlier I said the initial statements that the members have deposited are not here. So if one was having that, one would be able to do a comparison. But you 100%, because I was going to ask the commissioners that this it is a copy, sort of a copy and paste type of a statement. But thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you, General. Yes, please continue, Mr.
thank you,
Sim.
thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
yes.
Prince Louis' affidavit from 2022 says that he's had serious concerns about this. So I'm not going to go back to that. The next affidavit is at 567. And it's paragraph 3, and this is 567. 567. And as I say, I do think these were all taken in the course of a subsequent investigation. 567, it's a Captain Jeza. And in paragraph 3, he says, I do not remember being informed to visit office after hours during the night and weekends and make occurrence book entry prior or after the drugs were kept in the strong room. However, it was a common practice for members to visit office and write occurrence book if it happened that they had something to do in the office during weekends.
Commissioners?
Yes, General.
It is strange because in a lecture, all the members will be there when they are given this tasking. What he's saying, when you are in a lecture, all the personnel of your office are there when they are given this tasking by the Lieutenant Colonel. But he says this one doesn't even say we were asked to visit when we were there. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes,
Mr. Sim, isn't really the point that Colonel Prinsloo does say that General Sinona requested that the Port Shepstone people do regular visits to the office after hours. When you started, I thought the point you were seeking to address is the specifics of it, because the general says, I gave them time frames, right? Within this period and that period, there must be a walkabout. And then at 2 in the morning, between 2 and something. I thought that's the point you were exploring with him, whether he gave that specific instruction. But we have here Prince Law that, as I understand, is in charge or something. It's his office. He does confirm that the general gave that instruction, that his members, he may not have conveyed that to his members, is a different with the general, unless you're saying the general evidence is that he addressed everyone in that station and told them, this is what when this drug haul was brought in, and told everybody in the station that you are going to do it this way.
Well,
what is the point?
Well, there's 2 points. There's first of all, it's a question of there's conflicting versions here. And I'm trying to establish, because the general said at the time, that is at the time of the seizure of the drugs and the storage, a specific by him, and it was specific, it was to parole between certain hours and to make OB entries on those patrols. And we have General Prinsloo saying that General Sinona requested us to have regular visit to the office after hours. And then we have other affidavits that say that Prinsloo did ask us, but he asked us to do it in this way. Now, why he did that, I don't know. But what I want to know from the general is if he insists that he made specific requests for specific hours to secure 200 million rand worth of cocaine at this office. That this happened was to see whether there were any OB entries. And I think what I'm also further saying is that as a head of the Hawks in KZN, where this value of cocaine is kept, that the provincial head has a particular and keen interest in ensuring the safety, and not to just say, well, my officers are there and I've given it instruction and I don't need to do any more. So that's really the thrust of what I'm trying to explore with the General. So, I mean, General, that really is the question, is whether, in the light of these sort of conflicting versions, and particularly, Prince Lou himself saying that he made it known to the provincial office. I heard your response that, as the head of the provincial office, it wasn't brought to your attention. But what did you do proactively to ensure that there was round-the-clock monitoring of this high value of cocaine stash at the Port Shepstone office?
I've answered this question earlier that I didn't go and check the OB entries if they were there. A head of the Hawks, I understand, or a head of an office or institutions, you have people who are doing certain responsibilities on your behalf. And I strongly believe that the actions that I've taken, from my perspective, they were sufficient enough. But today, before the commission, the commissioners have raised certain issues that I should have also considered, and I'm taking note of that. But asking one question over and over, that my answer will never change. It is still the same. I've never went and checked. Thank you, Commissioners.
Are you saying, with the benefit of hindsight, more could have been done to secure that cocaine, and you accept that? But at the time, you thought the steps you took were sufficient?
At the time, the steps I took were sufficient, but now I'm learning of new avenues that in the near future I must apply.
Because remember, my earlier criticism was, I thought it was reckless that there's nobody guarding those drugs 24 hours a day. People just go there when they have time to simply walk past and check that everything is fine. And that was my criticism. I think, to be fair to you, you said you can see how I can look at it that way.
Correct, Commissioner. What is happening is that when you deal with a situation.
And sorry, I don't want you to repeat. I was simply making the point, because advocate has seen, there are time constraints. So there's no need to repeat.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumala. I think the point is made. I just want to be clear that my questions were in two respects. One is whether you did it, and secondly, whether you considered it an obligation on you to do it. But I think you've answered both of those questions. So we're going to move on from there.
Regis, one last point. Have any arrests been made? Were these drugs ever found? Because we are 4.5 months, 4.5 years,
4 years
down the line.
Commissioners, I don't know. Ever since...
No. General, have arrests been made, yes or no? Have the drugs been recovered, yes or no? You can't say you don't know.
Remember what I said on Tuesday. The case docket and inquiries were taken away. And in that call-up instruction, they are reporting specifically to certain offices at head office, not to me. But I didn't hear any report that suggested that the drugs were recovered or there is any arrest. So I can't say with certainty, because I'm not having inside information of what exactly is happening with the investigation. I am also surprised with statements that are taken after 4 years of this nature. What are these going to help us with the investigation?
Well, General, you are the head, and this happens under your watch. And so this is your loss, right?
Correct.
and you are one of the people that had access, that knew about this, where it is, you know the setup of the room, and where things are stored. I would have thought that as the owner of this, even though inquiries, investigations are now happening elsewhere, you would ask. You are sufficiently interested. You need to know who of your people, if at all, have anything to do with this. I would have thought you would try to find out. We had witnesses from Ekurhuleni municipality where matters are being dealt with by iPad. They didn't sit back. They came to testify and told us the countless times that they have chased up with iPad to find out, where are you with this? I've laid a criminal complaint and you're dealing with it. Where are you? So I'm quite surprised that something so major, that, as you said on day one, it's a blight on your record as well, and potentially you remain a person of interest as with the other people, because you knew about this hall, you knew where it was stored, and I would have thought that it's a matter that you would want to know and you would chase up to see that head office gets to the bottom of how this happened. And it's difficult to understand that you have done nothing about it.
Commissioners, before the team was established and the case dockets and the inquiry file were taken, we were working on this. After they limited us there and they wrote that letter, I must tell you that it is difficult for me to check that in progress, because even when the team from head office visited KwaZulu-Natal, they never informed me they are there. Up until this day, when they come there, they don't say, General, we are here, even if they don't tell me what they're going to do with investigation of the theft, it's okay. You don't have to give me detail. They don't, commissioners. So it manifested this thing of me. I said, oh, if this is the situation, let me. Because I remember at one stage, I requested my supervisor that when members are moving from another province to another province, it is important to just let the provincial head know that we are in your area, not necessarily to say, because if the problems arises like with vehicles or any other problems, God forbid, if they are involved in a shooting incident with perpetrators, we need to know, oh, remember, we had our own people. But if you don't know, it is a problem. But the very same team that has been established, ever since they were established, they visited the province to come and do the investigations. I was not even informed about that.
Is there anything that precludes you from asking your supervisor what's happening with my drugs that were here? Those investigations. I know I would do that if I were in charge of people and my supervisor took over a matter from me, then I have an interest in the outcome because I want to get to the bottom of it. I would ask my supervisor, even in a letter, one line, what's happening with this matter? As Commissioner Khumalo says, it's 4.5 years later. The head of the DPCI, under whose watch this was taken, says, I don't know what's happening.
Commissioners, I understand what you are saying. I wanted to know the progress. I wanted to form part of the investigation. But once they decide they make a directive that these people will be the investigators, they will report to this one and monitor, and the deputy will monitor the progress on a weekly basis. That on its own, for me, it was an instruction that you don't interfere here, staying in your lane. That is how I took it when I read that letter, because it was sent to me as well. The call-up is the establishment of this task team to deal with this. That's what recorded in me. Maybe that's why I'm saying I don't know what is the current status of the case. But there was no reports of some sorts that suggested that there are arrests or there is a recovery. Commissioners.
Thank you. Ms. Asa?
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm going to move off the Port Shepstone, so if there are any other questions from your side, I'm covered. I only have
one last point before you move off it. From Colonel Prinslow's statement that you gave us, and this is still about, the measures that would have been in place to secure this. It seems that it was known, it was out there somewhere that Port Shepstone is keeping this valuable haul of drugs. And I say that because in that paragraph 10 of Colonel Prinsloo, he speaks about a Brigadier Naika who had come to his office to inspect certain SANEP dockets, privately said to talk to him about the cocaine that was stored in the safe. So it seems like not enough measures were taken to make sure this is secure. Not just anybody knows. Here's Naika from outside of all of this who knows about it.
Brigadier Naika, Commissioner, is a section head of SANEP, South African National Narcotics Enforcement Bureau. He oversees this type of drugs and some of the seizures. Now, you can see clearly here that when we store these drugs there, we never made a media statement about the storage or whatever and show. The only thing that happened, it was the bust at Isipingo. Now, you can see that within ourselves, somebody decided to inform Brigadier about the storage. So some of the things...
There was no reason for the Brigadier to know this.
Absolutely. So some of the things, commissioners, are difficult to manage. And some of the things like, I will give an example of, you can't police rape because it happens within and elsewhere. So it is it supports also my statement when I say somebody within the PCI KZN or even outside who knows the outlet of that office, sold us.
And it could have been any one of you who knew about this.
It could have been,
yes.
But definitely it's not me.
Yeah, no, you say that, General.
If it was me, the investigation would have come and arrested me long time ago. I wouldn't have been sitting here, commissioners.
Well, General, we don't know what's happening. But...
Come again?
Will you offer yourself to be submitted for the polygraph? You said you asked your subordinates to do it, but you didn't.
If my supervisor asked me to do that, I will gladly do it because he's got the powers to subject us to that. It's me who made the application. But the issue of saying I must volunteer, I didn't because the Act says he must commission it for me. Me, I commission it for my members.
Yes, you can go to him and say, commission it. You can do that.
It never happened. I thought if there was at that stage, he regarded me as a person of interest, he should have done that. So I can't answer on his behalf, commissioners.
No, but General, that's not a satisfactory answer, though. You say that this theft, according to the way you saw it, this theft is an inside job, effectively, that someone who knew we have this and knows that place very well has something to do with this. And when I say that could also, that includes you, I don't say it flippantly. You are one of the people that knew exactly what's in there, and you know that place, as well as your juniors that you said should go to a polygraphy test. And to say you could have offered, I mean, you are a person of interest, even if your supervisor doesn't say. You become a person of interest because you're also in the same position as your subordinates that you said should go for this. And so the surprise, for lack of a better word, that you did not offer, you didn't say to your supervisor, I also want to take a polygraph test, because you know in your heart and head, you say that you are not implicated. But you know appearances also matter. Who knew about this? It's an inside job. You don't offer, you don't say to your supervisor, I want to, and have your supervisor say to you, no, I don't think it's necessary. I'm not going to request you to do it. I think it is fair if it's a question, it's a matter of wonder that, but why did you not offer him? And have him requisition it or reject you and say, no, I don't think it's necessary. Because you're really situated exactly the same way as the juniors that you requested a polygraph for. You're not, nothing other than your position as head of unit excludes you on these facts as a potential, and please hear me, I'm saying potentially. Nothing excludes you by virtue of your office from being one of the people that may have, been behind this. And I would have thought that concern would have made you say to your superior, I want you to subject me to a polygraph test.
Commissioner, I think the chairperson asked me the very same question, and I responded the very same way I am responding. It is an unfortunate situation that it never crossed my mind that I must offer myself. And I hear your points. And then, as I indicated earlier, some of the things is a learning curve in the near future. Should you be faced with the same type of a situation, even if we won't store again there?
General, my question had moved on from the chairs. I was saying now, as we sit now, would you do that? So that's what I was saying. And you said, well, if your supervisor asks, then you would.
Are you insinuating that I must go tell my supervisor, put me under polygraph?
Yes.
For this thing?
Precisely.
It's too late.
Okay.
It's too late.
That's a different answer.
It's too late, commissioners.
Chair, I'd like to move off this. It's just one last thing.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. It's one last thing, and it is, have we... Chair, what will be handed up,
Yes, Ms. Hassan.
what I'm handing up is a circular issued by the National Commissioner on 30 December 2024.
We got two. Yes, Mrs.
The date is on the last page. It's 30 December 2024. The circular relates to the processing of personal information. And I just wanted to ask you, General, whether you're aware of this circular. Have you seen the circular before?
I'm not quite 100% sure, but I'm aware of the POPIA Act.
Okay, we don't need to go through it in detail. I just want to draw your attention to just a couple of things. The first is the first paragraph. The management of the South African Police Service has noted with concern that personal information of persons is leaked to various social media platforms or recipients who are not entitled to have access to the information. This constitutes the unlawful processing of personal information. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
And then if you just turn over to paragraph 4, the circular says in the second sentence, the second sentence of paragraph 4, in terms of section 70 of the South African Police Services Act, it is prohibited to share official information with persons who are not employed by the SAPS or who are employed by the SAPS but are not entitled to access or view such information. So this, for me, is relevant to the questions that I was asking you regarding the Nangi documents that you sent to Kat Matlala. Would you agree that that would be in violation of this circular, submitting those documents to Mr. Matlala?
It is not, because I said this thing was in the public domain. I didn't take information from the police and give it to him. If I took information maybe from an office of the police that was not in the public domain and shared it with him, yes, I would be in violation. But in this instance of what you were asking me earlier, it is not in violation.
I think you need to read the circular quite closely then, so that you can apprise yourself of what the requirements are. It's quite specific, and paragraph 6 goes on to say employees may not indiscriminately forward message to groups, even SAPS groups, without first determining whether the recipients should have access to the information. So what the thrust of the circular is saying is that sensitive information, personal information, official documents of the SAPS should not be transmitted to any recipient not entitled to have access. It doesn't say that if it's already out in the public domain, then you may continue to do so.
Can you see that there's a gap that the employer must deal with it? Because it talks about here SAPS groups that are being created to deal with SAPS issues. But coming to the issue of Mr. Nangi, this was in a public domain but not in the SAPS groups.
No.
Even if you disagree with me, you say no, but commissioners, I never took information from SAPS groups and sent it to Mr. Matlala. Specifically that one of Mr. Nangi that the advocate is referring to. So, and this document, I must inform the commissioners, I got it during lunch. I didn't even happen to read and consult my legals with. I was busy eating and resting my mind to come back and respond to questions. So now I'm responding, I'm told no. If we don't agree, we don't agree, it's still okay.
We certainly don't agree. I did speak to your legal representatives and requested and confirmed with them that they would be fine with me bringing this to the attention of the Commission, and the purpose of which I wanted to do it. And I want to suggest that you are playing with words again by saying, now you see this is talking about SAPS groups and this is not, and it's public domain, because the first paragraph I read to you could not be more plain. It says that the management is concerned that personal information of persons is leaked to various social media platforms or recipients who are not entitled to have access to the information. This constitutes the unlawful processing of personal information. It doesn't matter that somebody else has already transmitted this information. The duty is incumbent on each individual within the SAPS to comply with this. That's what I'm putting to you.
Commissioners, my understanding is the information in possession of the state. The information in possession of the state. That is my understanding of this paragraph.
Commissioners, sorry to interject. When we did have the conversation about this particular document, our legal team was okay with, of course, giving the document to Major General Sonona. However, I did state to the evidence leader that if Major General Sonona needs additional time to familiarize himself with the document, I think that it would only be fair that he take that time upon request to familiarize himself with the document. So if Major General Sonona is saying that perhaps maybe he needs additional time, then perhaps maybe the Commissioner should allow him additional time to sit with it a little bit longer, further consider it, and then perhaps maybe the evidence leader can continue.
I've not heard him say so, though. I'm understanding the General to be engaging with Ms. Hassim on the interpretation of the document. I did not once hear him say that he needs more time, unless I misheard.
And it was not conveyed to me, Chair, that he needs more time.
Sorry.
It was not conveyed to me that he needs more time. If it were conveyed to me, then I wouldn't have gone here.
I've not heard him say so, Ms. Or are you saying?
No.
You are, or are you asking that the General should be given more time?
Chairperson, I was merely informing the commissioners of the discussion that I had with the evidence leader. That's the only thing that I was stating. It just seemed as if Major General Sonona is, as he had stated that it was during lunchtime, he did not have enough time to actually go through the document. So as much as he did not say, I need more time, he indirectly communicated to the commissioners that it was during lunchtime. He did not have sufficient time to actually look through the document.
It's a 4-page document. It's 16 minutes past 4. Let's take a 5. Would 5 minutes be enough, General, for you to just go through the document? But as I said, I did not once hear you complain about needing time to go through the document. But let's just take a 5-minute adjournment. That will also help us with a body break. Will 4 minutes be enough for you to just go through the document?
10. I
10.
asked for
That's
10. But
in order.
again,
It
must be placed on record. I get this thing at lunch today.
Yes.
A new document, again, it must be noted by the commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. At least you've indicated you want 10 minutes. Then 16:27, let's adjourn. Ms. Hassim, do you still remember what your question was?
Yes, Chair, my question was whether General, having seen the circular which was sent to you in December 2024, whether you agree that the sharing, well, not if you agree, I'm just saying to you that what the circular says is that there are particular requirements, obligations on all members of the service, okay? And the obligation is stated quite clearly in the first paragraph that members are not to share personal information with recipients who are not entitled to have access to the information, and that this constitutes the unlawful processing of personal information. And in paragraph 4, it states that in terms of section 70 of the SAPS Act, it's prohibited to share official information with persons who are not employed by the SAPS or not employed, who are employed by the SAPS but are not entitled to access or view such information. And in the light of the provisions that this circular reminds members of, your sharing of the Nangi documents violated these prescripts.
Thank you, Commissioners. I've read the document. This document is solely to regulate the leakage of information and personal information of personnel to various social media platforms or recipients who are not entitled to have access to the information. That is when you look at the very first paragraph. And for me, that affidavit of Mr. Nangi, when we go and read it, when you read it, it is actually some sort of a bail application, the majority of it, application affidavits. And further to that, this document says leakage of personal information to various social media or platforms as even a recipient. Now, when a document, Commissioners, is already in the public domain, it is not covered by this circular. This circular talks about operational issues of the police and WhatsApp group that are being opened in this paragraph 8 of this document. And then when we look at the paragraph 4 that the advocate is referring to, is sharing official information with persons who are not employed by the SAPS. But the issue of sharing something that is already in the public domain does not conform to the requirements of this document, this circular. This circular talks about you take information within the SAPS systems and everything, you send it to another person that is not supposed to have it. It doesn't address those issues that are already in the public domain. There's no sentence that says even information that is already in the public domain, you are not supposed to share it. And I've already indicated, Commissioners, earlier, yesterday when I was vigorously questions about this thing that of Mr. Nangi, that information was in the public domain. And according to my interpretation of this document, I think I've addressed the Commissioners. Thank you.
General, are you saying that if there's information that's clearly the sort of personal information that should not be shared in contravention of the POPI Act, once it happens to be out there, you as a police officer will then distribute it as much as you like throughout the country Is that what you are saying?
Not that, Commissioner. Yesterday, when I responded, I said I only read the affidavit of Mr. Nangi. I never realized the magnitude of the documents and everything that were there, Commissioners. If I said, I want to say, you know, if I happen to see those ID numbers and everything, Commissioners, I don't know how, I think I would have done something, but I only saw the affidavit, I read those paragraphs, I send it. That is what I say. But what the Commissioner is asking me, I understand in relation to the Poppy Act, but this is a circular by the police, not the Act itself. It is giving certain directives that this is how information must be protected of the members, but they gave this directive in line with the Popia Act, according to my understanding and the little time that I got here. So I really understand that, yes, Commissioners. But I've already,
I was just listening to the emphasis you lay on the information already being out there. It just sounded as though you were saying, once it's out there, that's it, then whoever is affected by the information is fair game. I'm distributing it as much as I like. I, as General Sinona, am distributing it as much as I like.
This emphasis is as a result of that document was already there, and then this other important information that was there that Commissioner Kumalo was engaging me on yesterday. By the time I sent it, I didn't see it. As I indicated, I only read the affidavit of Mr. Nangi. Thank you, Commissioner.
So you only read the body of the affidavit. You did not read what was at the top.
The entire document.
So are you suggesting that you did not even see the names of the people listed there? So yes, please respond. You did not even see the names at the top before the body of the affidavit. Is that what you are suggesting?
Where I found that those documents, when I opened it, the first thing it was the affidavit.
Please answer the question directly. So you are saying all you saw and read was the body of the affidavit, and these names, ID numbers, and so on, and sometimes even phone numbers, I think, that appear above the body of the affidavit. You did not see, you did not read any of that. Is that what you are suggesting?
Correct, Commissioner.
Odd, but I'll leave it there.
General, let me tell you why your evidence is not droppable. The affidavit starts on page 7 of the dossier that you shared. The dossier itself is 200 pages long. And it starts on page 65.
220, Commissioner Kumalo.
65 for file 1 of 3. The question the chair is asking you, the very first thing you should have seen is the details of the individuals, the case number, the sub-stamp, the ID numbers, and the 6 police officers who are respondents in the complaint. Because the affidavit is page 7. But pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, those are the details of the individual police officers. Starts on page 65.
I'm there, Commissioner.
And it's Annexure SEN2.
I'm there, Commissioner.
The first page, there's a police stamp. It's a sub-stamp, so it tells you that this is a SEPS document. Then you have the 2 complainants, Nangi and Brides. Then you have the Metro Police Respondent 1, Mr. Mohammed. Then you have Respondent 2, Mr. Yassin. Then you have Respondent 3, Mr. Yakub. Then you have Respondent 4, Captain. 5, Constable. 6, Colonel. 7, KZN Police Commissioner General Mkwanazi. 8, Colonel Govender. And their details are there, their personal details. The affidavit starts on page 7, which would be 71 of that bundle. And much later, even Mr. Nangi's ID number, you have no business sharing Mr. Nangi's ID number. You have no business sharing his cell phone number. You are breaking the law. Everything that you are doing, you've got dockets in that dossier. These are SAPS documents. You were not just sharing an affidavit, you were sharing the entire dossier relating to the Nangi case. Over 200 pages worth of it. And there's no way those documents could have been in the public domain. Unless you can show this commission which newspaper article annexed to all these 220 odd pages, such that they would have been in the public domain. Unless you can show us that, I'm not prepared to accept that this were in the public domain.
I have commented yesterday. I'm not going to comment now, Commissioners.
I'll just say in conclusion then, Chair, that, I mean, it's unfortunate that we had to traverse this ground again. I thought it would have been obvious that, and particularly since I heard the General accept yesterday that had he seen it, he would not have done it if he had seen the information. I just want to get an answer from you, a final on this, that whether you still, as you sit here, say that you did not breach this circular,
Yes. I didn't
given
breach
everything that's been put to you again today.
it. Correct, I didn't breach it.
I think you are wrong, and that it probably should take some further advice on how to handle official information and personal information in your position, General.
Sorry about that, Ms. Hassan. Sorry to you too, General.
Chair, I have no further questions for the witness. I'm concluding my session.
And Ms. Hassan, where do these go? What do we call them?
Thank you for reminding me,
It's,
Chair. They will be
sorry,
marked,
it's
the circular.
the statement by Officer Prinsloo. Officer Prinsloo. I've forgotten his rank, and then the circular that from the National Commissioner dated 30 December 2024.
Chair, could we mark the affidavit from Prinsloo, Exhibit 62A?
62A. Yes.
And the circular from the National Commissioner should be marked Exhibit 62B.
62B. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. Ms. Mafisa, is this the point where I thank the General and announce that he's excused?
Indeed, Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Mafisa. General, thank you very much for a long 3 days of testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Am I excused?
No.
3 days, probably 4 days. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, yes, General.
I'm checking, Commissioner. Am I excused?
Yes, General.
Da.
You are excused, and thank you very much. Thank
Da.
you, General.
Okay, Nsamani. Da.
Really,
Siyabonga.
thank you.
Thank you, General.
Are we continuing at 9:30 tomorrow?
I believe so, Chair.
Okay. Let's adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.